क्या कुछ नया देखने को मिल सकता है एंड हाउ एग्जैक्टली दिस फील्ड इज प्रोग्रेसिंग?
I'm Krishna Kumar, founder of Cropin technology. So we started back in 2010, and the whole core focus was how do we improve predictability, sustainability, and productivity of this whole agriculture sector. तो ये हमारा प्राइम गोल था क्रॉपिंग को स्टार्ट करने का, कि कैसे हम डेटा इंटेलिजेंस को फोरफ्रंट में रखें एग्रीकल्चर का, एंड देन चेंज द ट्रेडिशनल वे एंड इम्प्रूव दिस होल पर एकड़ वैल्यू जो एग्रीकल्चर में जनरेट करना है. मुझे लगता था एग्रीकल्चर सिंपल है, राइट, बट एग्रीकल्चर सेल्फ इज अ वेरी वेरी डीप साइंस. एक सीड को आप सॉइल में डालते हैं, एक डेप्थ पे डालते हैं, और फिर वो बड़ा होता है, एंड देन इट प्रोड्यूसेस फूड व्हिच गिव्स एनर्जी, राइट. दैट सेल्फ इज a kind of a technology which fascinates me today also, and a lot of engineering goes behind it. अगर इसको हम लोग break करें कि what could be the basics in agritech क्या है, तो एक तो आपका economic practices भी enhance हो रहे हैं with the changing climate, with the pressure getting built, तो varieties नए आ रहे हैं, आपके irrigation system improve हो रहे हैं, so now you know how much water need to be the irrigation system is designed for the crop, कि कितना पानी चाहिए वो क्रॉप के हिसाब से पानी देता है. वेदर फोरकास्ट टूल्स हैं, आप एप्स बनाते हो, फार्मर्स को दे देते हो, जहाँ पे वो देख सकता है कि अच्छा मंडी का प्राइस क्या है. तो ये सब बेसिक्स हो गया, राइट. सो यू कैन बिल्ड समथिंग लाइक दिस एंड गिव इट टू द फार्मर. अगर आप एग्रीटेक का एक्सट्रीम की बात करें तो वहाँ पे आपका नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, जैसे AI प्लेटफॉर्म्स हैं, जेन AI है. क्या आप फ्यूचर फोकास्ट कर सकते हैं कि अगर मैं इस प्लॉट पे पोटैटो लगाया तो अगले सीजन में यील्ड पोटेंशियल क्या होगा, और क्लाइमेट को देखते हुए ये सही है या नहीं लगाना, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं कि लेट लाइट का प्रेशर ज्यादा है या जो बीमारियां आती हैं ज्यादा होगा, बिकॉज क्लाइमेट अगले 6 महीने में नॉट गोइंग टू सपोर्ट दिस क्रॉप. तो आप वो डिसीजंस ले सकते हैं. तो ये हो गया आपका एक्सट्रीम साइड हो गया. आप सैटेलाइट से, ड्रोन से प्रिसीजन एग्रीकल्चर कर सकते हैं, स्प्रेइंग कर सकते हैं. तो ये सब ब्लॉकचेन ट्रेसेबिलिटी के लिए यूज हो रहा है. तो ये सब आपके इवॉल्विंग टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं, और ऑल्सो ये इनके यूज केसेस अभी देखने को मिलते हैं. इफ आई टॉक अबाउट द technology which is unheard in this agri-tech, right, and some of the things which we are working and which I can speak about. Can you look at the whole supply chain of, let's say, a price ki dekh rahe hai country scale pe, and say what is going to happen next season? Can you predict that? And can you marry last 40 year of climate data, current conditions, and then next 6 months or next 1 year or 5 years, and put a kind of a trend for the paddy, how it will behave in next 5 years, 10 years, or next season. That's something everybody wants, because of the climate change, the supply chain has become unpredictable, which is impacting government on their import and export bills. Food scarcity ho rahi hai, nutrition, feeding. How do you feed people, right? Many of the African countries are getting impacted because of this. तो ये टेक्नोलॉजी की बहुत जरूरत है, और अभी ये इवॉल्विंग है, बहुत नेसेंट स्टेज पे है, एंड वी आर एबल टू प्रेडिक्ट नेक्स्ट सीजन, एंड वी आर नाउ ट्राइंग टू डू नेक्स्ट 1 year, 5 years, and 10 years and 30 years कि कैसा होगा अगर कंडीशंस चेंज होते हैं क्रॉप की पोटेंशियल. एंड यू हैव टू आल्सो मैरी दैट टू द वेराइटी, बिकॉज एवरी वेराइटी हैज अ डिफरेंट ट्रेट्स, इंटरैक्ट्स वेरी डिफरेंटली विद द टेम्परेचर एंड एनवायरमेंटल कंडीशन और सॉइल टाइप. तो ये एक टेक्नोलॉजी पे हम लोग भी काम कर रहे हैं, एंड वी हैव डन quite well to even predict the next season, right? So which will be a very large impact. The other problem, this technology can solve, how do you expand? कि अगर आप एक रीजन में पोटैटो कर रहे हैं, वहां पे आपको let's say you want to do some other crop, is it suitable to grow that crop? What will be the yield potential? What are the challenges you can face? Can you predict that with the technology, bringing all this data together? And a new supply chain can be created in that region. राइट. सो बहुत सारे सवाल आते हैं हमारे कॉर्पोरेट साइड से या डेवलपमेंट एजेंसीज के साथ कि कैन यू हेल्प मी फाइंड अ ग्रिड इन अ न्यू कंट्री वेयर आई कैन पुट अ ट्रायल ऑफ माय वैरायटी व्हिच विल सपोर्ट द यील्ड पोटेंशियल ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप, राइट. सो दोज आर द सम ऑफ द वेरी वेरी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी व्हिच वी आर वर्किंग, एंड देन अदर्स आर लाइक आई हर्ड अबाउट ब्लॉकचेन फॉर लैंड टाइटल्स, राइट. सो एग्रीकल्चर में ये भी दैट विल एनेबल लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स फ्रॉम द government point of view, and for reaching out to those growers very very seamlessly and in a fast manner. बायोटेक्नोलॉजी पे काफी काम हो रहा है बिकॉज एआई इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काफी इवॉल्व हो गया है. सो हाउ डू you know do genetic engineering much faster with the enhanced capabilities which has been built. और एक नया चीज आपको सुनने को मिलेगा, माइक्रोबियल सॉइल हेल्थ, राइट, सेंसर्स की. हाउ डू यू improve the microbiology of the soil and microbial presence in the soil, right, and which generally supports the crop. Also, a lot of focus is on working on the superfoods, right? जैसे millet है हमारे country में, and there's a lot of focus to grow that crop and provide a lot of nutrition. It's a resilient crop, and I've seen this these kind of initiative in many other countries as well. So hardy crop, resilient crop, less investment, less resource consuming, but provides a lot of nutrition to the world population. तो ये सब सारे एडवांसमेंट हैं जो जनरली सुनने को नहीं मिलते हैं, बट बैकएंड पे काफी काम हो रहा है इसके ऊपर, एंड आई थिंक इट विल ऐड लॉट ऑफ वैल्यू टू दिस सेक्टर. वन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम इज अ डिजिटल डिवाइड, राइट. अगर आपके पास बेसिक फोन है, कोई इंटरनेट नहीं है, फीचर फोन भी नहीं है, और आप एक फार्मर हो जिसको you want to become a better farmer for your livelihood, right, to feed your family and on livelihood. How does government or anybody reaches out to them? जब हम लोग अफ्रीका रिमोट इंडिया में काम करते हैं तो बहुत सारे solutions लेके जाते हैं कि can we reach out on WhatsApp if doesn't have a smartphone. अगर उसके पास WhatsApp भी नहीं है तो SMS से या IVR से कर सकते हैं कि अगर बेसिक फोन है. अगर बेसिक फोन नहीं है तो कैन वी हैव अ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन ऑफ विलेज रिसोर्स पर्सन. तो हमने एक जीविका के साथ बिहार में किया था और MP में किया था, जहाँ पे एक फोन था एक वुमेन फार्मर के पास, एंड हर जॉब वाज टू सपोर्ट let's say 30 to 40 women entrepreneurs, agriculture farmers हैं उनके फील्ड पे, and she used to became a kind of a technology adopter. She was trained and she used to provide all the advisory to them. और गांव में एक चौपाल पे वो एडवाइजरी को लिखा भी जाता था कि अगर किसी कोई भी आके वो पढ़ सकता है कि बेस्ड ऑन दिस टेक्नोलॉजी आप अगर ये क्रॉप कर रहे हैं तो ये सब ये डिजीज आ सकती है, या फ्रॉस्ट आ सकता है, या अगर डिजीज ऐसे आए तो आप उसको ऐसे सॉल्व करना है. तो बहुत सारे तरीके यूज होते हैं. वी आर गोइंग टू बी अ मल्टी प्लानेटरी humans. We are exploring outside Earth as well, and it's important for us for the human survival as well. If we look at next 500 years, 1000 years, right? And we have been seeing a lot of experiments in the space station that आप टोमेटो ग्रो कर रहे हो, आप लेटिस ग्रो कर रहे हो, आप डिफरेंट टाइप के क्रॉप्स, रेजिलिएंट क्रॉप्स ग्रो करने की कोशिश कर रहे हो. Recently I heard कि Mars पे they have discovered water under the soil, and those are very, very promising things, and these experiments are already happening, and this is not happening from in the recent days, but it was also happened long back also when we started going to the space. I think the intersection of technology and agriculture represents one of the most significant opportunity of our time. It is very critical for food security for a country or for the planet, or building a national food resilient ecosystem so that your dependence goes down. I think this marriage is very, very important, and we should embrace this, right? And the government, public sector, private sector should see how it can go to the last mile. I think I'm very excited about this opportunity.
So friends, next time whenever you take bite of your favorite meal, अब चाहे आप छोले भटूरे खाएं या आप गोलगप्पे खाएं, just do a quick recap and सोचो कि वो फसल कहाँ से आई होगी, क्या क्या टेक्नोलॉजीज के थ्रू वो फसल उगी होगी, एंड फाइनली जो एंड प्रोडक्ट है वो आपके मुंह में जो टेस्ट बड्स हैं सबको ट्रिगर कर चुका है. टेक्नोलॉजी हमारे चारों तरफ फैली है, जस्ट अ मैटर ऑफ टाइम कि हम उस पर फोकस करें और थोड़ा सा डिटेल में जानने की कोशिश करें. एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई डू इन एवरी एपिसोड ऑफ योर फेवरेट शो टेक विद टीजी. मैं आपसे मिलने वाला हूं नेक्स्ट वीक किसी और एक्साइटिंग टॉपिक के ऊपर बात करता हुआ. फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही रखते हैं. दैट्स ऑल फॉर टुडे. विश यू ऑल अ गुड डे एंड टेक केयर.
For the Bengaluru police, a woman was allegedly sexually assaulted in the early hours by an unknown biker in Bengaluru. According to the Additional Commissioner of Police East Zone, Raman Gupta, who said that the woman, who was a final year degree student in a city college, was returning home to Hebagodi after a get-together. He further said that a man from whom she had taken a lift made a criminal assault and attempted to rape her. And a rape case has been registered and the investigation has started. Listening.
Saturday early morning, around between 1 to 1:30, one rape incident has been reported in HSR layout police station limits, and where one major girl who tried to take a lift on a two-wheeler at around 1 o'clock in the night, and that person, instead of going to the designated place, he took her to some isolated place and tried to rape her. And in this regard, we have registered one rape case. Further investigation is taken up, and she is being admitted to one private hospital where she is undergoing treatment. Her condition is stable, and further investigation is going.
All right, my colleague Nehal is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Nehal, what more update is coming in? Well, the police, of course, has informed that the case has been registered, but has the biker been identified or arrested?
I think the question was asked to Raman Gupta, who is the Additional Commissioner of Police East. He is an IGP rank officer whom you were listening now, and he was briefing the media. What he said that he is also trying to find out the relationship between the biker as well as this girl. It seems that both were returning from a pub, but this has to be officially verified by the police. So police have not made any official comment on this, and even the question was raised about the relationship, means whether they knew each other or not. This is also a big question, but all the time whenever Mr. Raman Gupta was asked this question, he evaded it. So now we have to see then when the investigation moves further, then what more details we get about it. But it seems police have identified the accused, and soon he will be apprehended.
All right. Thank you so much, Nehal, for getting us all those details there. Well, that's the latest bit coming in at this point in time. We'll try and get more on that. Meanwhile, we're shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. At the Citizenship Certificate Distribution Program under CAA, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has said that CAA is not just for giving citizenship to people, it is also to give justice and rights to lakhs of people. And because of the appeasement politics of Congress and its allies, people seeking refuge did not get justice from 1947 to 2014. Well, Union Home Minister Amit Shah also said that these people have been tortured in neighboring countries because they were either Hindus, Buddhist, Sikh or Jain. But they were also tortured in their own country. And it's the appeasement politics of the opposition that did not serve them justice. Listening.
भारत के करोड़ों लोग ये भूल नहीं सकते कितनी पारावार वेदना जो हिंदू, बौद्ध, सिख, जैन पाकिस्तान, अफगानिस्तान, बांग्लादेश में रहते थे उनको सहन करनी पड़ी। इससे ज्यादा अत्याचार पूरे दुनिया में कहीं नहीं। सन 47 में किया हुआ वादा, 48 में किया हुआ वादा, 50 में किया हुआ वादा, जवाहरलाल नेहरू ने किया हुआ वादा, महात्मा गांधी का आह्वान, वो सब भुला दिया गया। क्यों? क्योंकि उनको लगा कि इनको नागरिकता देंगे तो हमारी वोट बैंक नाराज हो जाएगी और तुष्टीकरण के कारण ये लाखों करोड़ों लोगों को नागरिकता से वंचित रहना। इससे बड़ा कोई पाप नहीं हो सकता, इससे बड़ा कोई पाप।
All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking here. Air India has started moving out personnel from a hotel in Heathrow in London after an intruder entered the room of a cabin crew member and assaulted her. Though the injuries we are led to understand are not grievous, the motive of the attack, now under investigation by the police, is not presently known, with sources indicating to NDTV that the attacker has been arrested. Well, the airline has also issued a statement. My colleague Vishnu Som is also now joining us on the broadcast. Vishnu, take us through the details here.
Well, let's quickly go through the Air India statement. The Air India says, and I quote, "We constantly review travel and stay arrangements made at reputed international hotel chains based on feedback, etc. In this particular instance, we've taken immediate measures and decided to move our colleagues to another hotel. Now, I've been able to pick up a couple of other points. This is source-based information. The injuries to this cabin crew member are not grievous. The cabin crew member has returned to India. The victim of the assault seeks privacy at this time. The top management of the airline has been in touch with the crew member, and the victim has been counseled. Now, essentially, a couple of days back, this cabin crew member, was in her hotel room when there was an intruder who made his way into that hotel room. She was assaulted, she was hospitalized, she was injured. However, the nature of the attacks and the injuries have been described to me as being not grievous. Nonetheless, a very serious incident which the police in the United Kingdom are looking at, and as I understand it, one arrest has been made.
All right. Thank you so much, Vishnu, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the details there. We'll get back to you later for more. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. Well, the airlines has released a statement. They've confirmed there was physical assault. However, we are awaiting more details on that. Well, some more news now that we are shifting focus to. A speeding Mercedes mowed down a man in Southeast Delhi, and we are learning the driver of the car has been arrested. A man died after he was allegedly mowed down by a speeding Mercedes car in Southeast Delhi, as per the police. The driver of the car was arrested later, as per information. As per the victim family members, the car allegedly hit his cycle from behind and it was dragged on the road for several meters. The 35-year-old victim died on spot after the accident Saturday morning, while the driver of the car, Pradeep Gautam, who was from Noida, fled from the scene with his vehicle, as per the police. Well, the accident had taken place near Bogal flyover in Ashram area when the victim was on his way to work. The victim has been identified as Rajesh from Raebareli in UP, as per the police.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar Soren. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We start with the most important news today. Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder of a doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital. Remember, this is the incident that has led to shockwaves across the country. In fact, there are protests happening in different parts of the country. Today, what happened is that a bench led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, heard the matter, is supposed to hear the matter on Tuesday, but massive protests are happening at Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. There is high drama outside the Kolkata Stadium, and these protests are for demanding safety protocols for doctors to be put in place and also justice for the victim of the RG Kar Medical Hospital horrific crime and murder. Going across to my colleague Tanushka, who has been covering the protests since morning. Tanushka, tell us what is happening on ground and what is the demand that the protesters have cited.
Right, so this protest that was being held and is still going on by the football fans of the teams of Mohun Bagan and East Bengal. These two teams have been major rivals, and the protest scenes here reach quite a height with police charging on to the protesters here. These two football teams have known to have the fiercest of rivalry, and the Durant Cup, which was all set to happen today, the match got cancelled in the backdrop of this protest. And these two teams are known to not see eye to eye in West Bengal, and they've come together for this cause. They've unified as one for a cause against the brutal rape and murder of this doctor at RG Kar Medical Hospital. And the fans here, as you can see around me, there's immense security forces present here, police forces, Kolkata police forces, there's rapid action forces also present here. What we know from the protest site is that police has detained a lot of these fans of these football clubs, and East Bengal and Mohun Bagan are two of India's oldest football clubs, and they out here came together for a cause and to protest for women's safety and for doctor safety, demanding justice in this case of rape and murder at the RG Kar Medical Hospital. The streets, they've been, rallying across this whole stretch in Kolkata, and they've been lathi charged by the police as well out here. High dramatic scenes erupted here. The protesters are still rallying ahead for this cause, demanding justice.
Right, Tanushka, those are the visuals of this protest that's happening in Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. This is to demand justice for the victim of the RG Kar Medical Hospital. In fact, today is the day when the mother of the deceased has also come out and spoken. She's spoken about the discrepancies in the police investigation. She said that when she found her daughter's body, there was just one piece of cloth on her. So some very unfortunate details are being revealed. Let me go across to my colleague Sunil Prabhu, who covers the Supreme Court for us. Sunil, the role of the the judiciary in this matter has been very critical. It's the Calcutta High Court which asked for, the probe to be handed over to CBI, and now the top court has taken cognizance of this matter. Tell us, how do you see this going from here?
So this is a very, very serious and definitely something which the Supreme Court rarely does. Suo moto, the last time they did was in Manipur, where they're now taking suo moto cognizance. It will be top of the board. First matter to be taken up on the Tuesday when the Supreme Court reconvenes. Chief Justice of India, along with his bench, Justice Padiwala and Justice Manoj Mishra, will be looking at this entire issue. And hopefully, take cognizance, as you point out. More importantly, to give some semblance of governance to ensure that there is clarity, that those who are responsible are brought to book. It cannot carry on like this as has been happening. And it's in this context, the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court taking suo moto cognizance is definitely a clear sign that they are going to take and address this issue at the earliest.
Right. Thank you, Sunil, for joining us with those details. Going back to Tanushka, because all action seems to be happening on the ground in Kolkata. Tanushka, tell us, a little bit about these visuals and also the protest that's taking place today on Saturday, the eve of India's Independence Day. We saw women marching in large numbers, asking for not just answers from the state government, but also to ensure that safety protocols are put in place. Tell us, what is the mood in the protest like? Are people really angry? What kind of answers are they looking for?
The mood in Kolkata across board, be it, student protests, resident doctors protesting across different hospitals, at RG as well, is that of anger. The city of joy is currently boiling in rage and anger over the rape and murder of this 31-year-old doctor at RG Medical Hospital. At this protest rally as well, which was by the fans of two Calcutta-based teams, football teams. These two teams have been known to not see eye to eye in the Durand Cup match, which was supposed to happen today, which was scheduled to happen at Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. However, the match was cancelled in view of this protest, in view of security measures. Therefore, this match was cancelled. These two teams, namely East Bengal and Mohun Bagan, are known to be fiercest of rivals, and they've come together today for one cause. This is rare for Kolkata and for West Bengal as well, that these two teams have come together for the cause of women's safety and protesting against the gruesome rape and murder of this doctor at RG Medical Hospital. They are demanding for justice, and this is what the mood in Kolkata is as well. Across board, people are questioning not just the authorities but also the police, the administration, and definitely the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The question that the protesters have across board is that, what action is being taken. It's been a week now ever since the case has also been handed over to the CBI. We know that the CBI is conducting its own interrogations. They've called in the former principal of the RG Medical Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, today for a third consecutive day. We also know that the primary accused, Sanjay Roy, has gone through psychological tests. There's a lot of development that's happening now, but rage is one emotion that is capturing Kolkata all over. And the main question remains is that why is it that no action has been taken yet in the rape and murder case of this doctor? Back to you.
Tanushka, also tell us, in the last few days, we saw some TMC leaders actually come out and speak in some ways against the state administration. In fact, Shukendu Shekhar Roy, who's been a spokesperson of the party and also an MP of the party, and who at some point was considered really close to Mamata Banerjee, he has basically asked for the interrogation of the Commissioner of Kolkata Police. He has also asked why, as to the parents of the victim were told that it was a case of suicide. Some very pertinent questions he has raised. Did you see any presence of TMC, politicians in the protest? And what is the state government saying in this? And how is the police and how is the administration looking at today's protest?
other than the rally that was taken out by Mamata Banerjee herself a few days ago, there has been no TMC leaders or TMC presence in these protests, neither at this protest currently right now. The protest has moved quite ahead at a speed, and what we do understand is definitely politics is also on the boil over this case, and the BJP is also making statements on this, especially with respect to this match that was cancelled because of the protest that is going on currently. The BJP also came out saying that, you know, this gives out the wrong message, giving the impression that people are insecure at this point. So a lot is happening at that front as well, while political blame game also continues in Bengal as well. TMC, is what we know from Mamata Banerjee and the TMC, is that they are also asking for capital punishment at this point.
Right. Also, Tanushka, tell us about the role of CBI in this. We are aware that the CBI actually arrived in Kolkata around Wednesdays, when we know last week. After that, there have been forensic tests. There have been a lot of interrogations, not just the batchmates of the deceased doctor, the victim, but also her colleagues have been asked several questions. Sandeep Ghosh has been interrogated for several hours. Tell us, what kind of role is the CBI playing? Where does the probe stand now?
Central Bureau of Investigation has been constant with its interrogation and its investigation. The teams that are being sent to the RG Kar Medical Hospital every day. Even today, 2 teams came about to the hospital. One went to the administrative block, the other went into the emergency block. So investigation even inside the buildings at the crime scene as well is going on. Yesterday, the CBI sent teams with digital mapping to recreate and to understand the the scene of the incident properly again as well. What we also know is that, of course, as you mentioned, the former principal is being interrogated. Today is the 3rd consecutive day when Sandeep Ghosh is still under fire. Even the parents of the deceased are raising questions on him. We also know that, people across board, even in Kolkata, the pulse is questioning on Sandeep Ghosh. He is also being questioned with respect to who was he in conversation with at the time of the incident. His phone records as well are under the scanner right now by the CBI. As you can see behind me, the protest rally is also still going on, and meanwhile the CBI is continuing its investigation in the sense that the primary accused has also been subjected to psychological tests, which makes it, which makes the way open for CBI after this to conduct lie detector tests if need be. So these are the developments as of now. Definitely the CBI is also under pressure because it has been a week now since the investigation is still going on, and there's been only one arrest as of now, that is of Sanjay Roy, while Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal, still is being interrogated. Other people whom have been named by the parents of the deceased, who have then they've said that the hospital staff as well as partners of the colleagues of their daughter, they've sent in these names as well to the CBI. These people are also being summoned and called in. Even side by side, Kolkata police is also summoning 2 doctors as well as BJP leader Locket Chatterjee. But this is with respect to the misinformation and fake news that is doing the rounds right now with respect to the case. So a lot is happening in Kolkata with respect to the case, but the major question remains is that no further arrests have been made, and why is that so? And the CBI is still questioning, going through a lot of questions with respect to these the former principal as well as the other people who've been called in. Like, how is it that someone walks in and knows exactly, someone is present in the seminar hall, and how is it that access is made to that seminar hall? These sort of questions are there that CBI is also questioning on to the former principal as well.
Right. That's a very important observation, Tanushka, the fact that there's only one person, one accused who has been arrested, and that's exactly what the victim's mother has also spoken about today, saying that, the state that her daughter was in when she saw her body cannot be the work of just one person alone. And there have been many questions regarding how many people have been involved, especially the role that Sandeep Ghosh, the erstwhile principal of RG Medical College and Hospital, played. That's something that is being asked again and again. Of course, there are no answers to this. The CBI is also, of course, while expediting the probe into this matter, will take some time. Mamata Banerjee has said that she's done everything possible, but hanging people, hanging an accused, hanging an innocent will not be something that will be on the right side of fairness, is what she's been told. But of course, the TMC finds itself in the dock here. Tanushka, also give us. We also have Saurabh Gupta with us. Saurabh Gupta, along with Tanushka, has been tracking this case since day one. Saurabh, tell us about this protest that's happening today on the eve of Independence Day. We saw women walk out in large numbers, walking the streets of Kolkata with this very beautiful slogan, "Reclaim the city, reclaim our nights." Today, of course, the visuals are a little different, but the rage seems to be the same. Tell us, how angry is Kolkata, and rightly so, because it's not just about the rape and vandalism, it's also about the speculated cover-up that has happened, which has made people angry.
Absolutely, there is no doubt that the city is angry, and not just the city, the country is angry over what has happened at RG Medical College and Hospital. But obviously, there are also protests, and I perhaps couldn't stress enough on what a East Bengal versus Mohun Bagan match is in Kolkata. But I can also say this, here, of course, what has happened is a lot of people in East Bengal and Mohun Bagan jerseys, they are come out on the streets demanding justice for this postgraduate medical student who was brutally raped and murdered within the medical college campus. But there are parallel things that are also happening. For example, the Kolkata police are also saying that, there is a lot of fake news on this investigation, and that fake news is also aimed at actually instigating people and also, creating unrest. For example, 150 mg semen, or that there were fractures, or, that the dog squad was not sent, or that the registering a UD case was actually a cover-up by the police, or the fact that, several other things. This has been part of the narrative of social media, and the police are saying that they are taking action against that as well, because that, they are saying, is actually instigating people, angering people further, but it's not true. That is one part of it. But you can see, of course, today there is, on the streets of Kolkata, this is the Eastern Metropolitan Bypass. This is the main road that everyone takes to head to the airport. And I see Mohun Bagan and East Bengal flags side by side, demanding justice for this young postgraduate medical student who's been brutally killed. And of course, the police have asked people to maintain peace. So far, it's been peaceful. Mohun Bagan East Bengal fans here, so far peacefully protesting here, so far ensuring that, their main cause, which is justice for this young victim of a brutal crime, is not unanswered. But there are lots of fake news and speculation as well. And you can see, of course, the police here, senior police officers of the Calcutta police also here, who are, of course, tackling this situation, asking people to maintain calm. And, I can see very, very senior officers who are out on the field trying to convince people that, that there is, of course, that we have to keep the peace in the city. And, of course, a heavy police contingent here as well. You can see in these pictures the police asking the crowd to disperse, and the crowd also moving. But this, of course, is visuals from the Eastern Metropolitan Bypass. This is, of course, the Salt Lake Stadium metro station here. And this is the Eastern Bypass, which is, on any given day, a very, very busy thoroughfare. And you can see the police now asking people to leave. But as East Bengal Mohun Bagan fans gather, the Durand Cup football match between East Bengal and Mohun Bagan has been cancelled. The police say they do not have enough personnel to provide security for such a large gathering of people at the same time and maintain law and order, because really there have been a lot of protests planned across the city. Meanwhile, on the investigation front, what you have is that there have been a lot of, people who have, a lot of things have happened. For example, Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital, has been questioned for the third straight day today. Also, what we know is that, the CBI team has again reached the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. And I'll ask my camera person, Aniruddha Tripathi, to stay on these pictures. These are live pictures. You can see the police also prepared for any law and order situation. But senior police officers also, and I can say it with, absolute clarity that the anger on the streets is definitely visible. But what the police are saying is also important, that a lot of the anger is being fueled by also the fake news surrounding the incident, the misinformation surrounding the incident. Of course, the incident is heinous. It's a brutal rape and murder, and that is something that has led to people in the city coming out on the streets. But otherwise, also the police say they are ensuring. This is, I can show you pictures here, very senior officers of the Calcutta police, trying to manage the crowds here and ensure that the situation does not go out of control. We are on the street now. This is the place where this is obviously where people have gathered here, and this side, I'll just show you this side, down the street, down this road rather, which is actually a very busy road at this time of the day, is the Salt Lake Stadium. And perhaps this is where the protests are taking place. On your right, you can see the very heavy deployment. And also, there are people in football jerseys, East Bengal and Mohun Bagan jerseys, maroon and green, Mohun Bagan colors, yellow and red, East Bengal colors. And East Bengal versus Mohun Bagan is perhaps the god of all football matches in Kolkata. Huge crowds, huge fans gather for these matches. But this match has been cancelled because the Kolkata police said that law and order currently is the prime focus of the police, and they would not be able to provide security arrangements for such a match. There were also fears that there could be protests at these matches or this match, and that is also something the police have kept in mind. And I'm just moving away from the crowd a little bit to give you a sense of where we are and where the football stadium is. We'll just walk till there, because you can see, of course, riot control police in riot control gear already present here to ensure that the situation doesn't go out of hand. Just down this road, a few meters down the road is the Salt Lake Stadium. But this side, of course, protests taking place. So traffic has been blocked. Airport-bound traffic. For those viewers who are watching us from Kolkata and you have to head to the airport, you will have to take the Rajarhat Expressway, because the eastern bypass is blocked at this point outside the Salt Lake Stadium. And the alternate route to the airport is via Rajarhat Newtown. So I'll just give you a picture, a sense of usually on East Bengal Mohun Bagan match day, this place will be chock-a-block with people, chock-a-block with traffic. But at this point, no traffic here because the road has been closed for traffic, anticipating a law and order situation that could possibly arise. And therefore, you can see also outside the stadium, the Bishwabang, the Juva Bharati Kirangan, which is the Salt Lake Stadium, is of course where this match, this Durand Cup match was supposed to take place. And of course, the stadium is here, right here. This is the gate of the stadium, and also you can see along the stadium also riot control police deployed.
So, sir, let me come back to you in a bit, because I also would want to talk to you about the politics of it and the fallout socially, politically. But Tanushka, tell us the importance of first let's listen into the reactions that's coming in.
अरेस्ट नहीं किया गया है क्योंकि उसने कहा कि मैच कराओ बोल के। मैं समझता हूँ ये बहुत ही शर्मनाक भारत के फुटबॉल के लिए, बंगाल के फुटबॉल के लिए और विश्व के फुटबॉल के लिए। মাথা লাগছে দাদা, সরে এখন সিঙ্গেল হবে না দাদা, প্লিজ প্লিজ।
Tanushka, tell us, what is happening on ground now, and also the importance of someone like Sandeep Ghosh, because he's been interrogated by the Kolkata police for the third consecutive day. Today the victim's mother has come out and said that whatever the Kolkata police did was not enough, and that they were made to wait for a long time to finally get to know that their daughter is dead. So all of these basically puts the blame on Kolkata police, which of course have been saying that misinformation is spreading far and wide. So clearly there's a dilemma for the state government here. Tell us how is the establishment looking at it, and what is really happening on the ground there?
What's happening basically with respect to not just the people protesting. The people protesting, definitely even here, the protest rally that just went by, the protesters were expressing their lack of faith and trust in the Kolkata police, and they were heard saying that Kolkata police is two-faced. This is what the protesters were saying here. But similar emotions are also being shared across board by resident doctors as well, and of course the parents of the deceased. The parents of the deceased have said that they do not have, in an interview with them, they said that they do not have faith in the government either, and now they're somewhat feeling more secure about the fact that the case has been handed over to the Central Bureau of Investigation. However, what the parents of the deceased also mentioned was that they had faith and trust in the West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee early on, but now they would not go on onto this statement. They said that they do not have faith and trust in her anymore. And across board, what we also understand with respect to the former principal as well, a former colleague of his, Akhtar Ali, who's currently the deputy hospital superintendent at the hospital in Murshidabad, has come out and said that the former principal Sandeep Ghosh is a corrupt person. So there are a lot of these statements and lot of these claims that are doing the rounds right now with respect to the involvement and the role of this former principal as well, and the fact that he had resigned earlier as well, but that he was reinstated shortly after that has also raises eyebrows. Even right now, the fact that this is the third day on consecutively that the CBI has brought him into interrogation and questioning with respect to his role. How is it that the principal of a college like this, how is it that such a huge incident and crime happens and it passes by the person who is in charge of this college?
Right. Also, Tanushka, tell us the sentiment on ground today, because this has been almost a week since the rape and the crime happened, and of course the CBI also has taken over this case. What are the questions that people are asking, and also give us a sense of where these protests are taking place?
Protests are taking place across all over the city, and there are at this point no particular timings. It started off with protests at, of course, the epicenter, RG Medical Hospital, but even with women reclaiming the night, there are night protests, candle vigils that are happening every single night since the incident in Kolkata, across everywhere. Of course, the Kolkata police has imposed section 163 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita around the periphery of the RG Medical Hospital, which means that any sort of protest in a large assembly around
to those thoughts, we are running out of time. Massive protests happening at the Salt Lake Stadium. This is regarding the horrific rape and murder that happened in RG Medical Hospital. These protests have intensified since there have been speculations of a cover-up of crime. The Supreme Court has also taken cognizance of this case, and a bench of the Supreme Court will be hearing this case on Tuesday. We are tracking all that and more for you. Stay with us. We'll be back in a break.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and
Welcome to the NDTV Infra Shakti campaign, where we celebrate pioneering achievements in sustainable infrastructure across India. This initiative highlights visionary individuals and organizations who are transforming urban and rural environments, advancing renewable energy, conserving resources, and promoting sustainable transport. In this episode, we feature the transport trailblazer of the Infra Shakti Awards, Afcon's infrastructure, along with Sudhanshu Mani, the infra visionary behind the Vande Bharat Express. From the soaring peaks of the Himalayas to the bustling ports of Mumbai, one name stands tall in India's infrastructure revolution, Afcon's infrastructure. Witness the extraordinary journey of a company that's not just building structures but helping to shape the future of our nation.
Afcons was formed in the year 1959 as a joint venture between Rodeo Engineering of Switzerland and Hazrat and Company of India. The idea of the company at that stage was to be carrying out difficult foundation projects, including pile foundations and diaphragm walls. Over a period of time, later in the year 1963, Afcons started working in the field of marine, building ports. In 1971, we moved international by picking up our first international job. In the year 1976, it was renamed from Rodeo Hazrat as a company to Asia Foundations and Constructions Limited. Subsequently, its name was rephrased to Afcons Infrastructure, especially considering the quantum of infrastructure work that we were carrying out. In the year 2000, Afcons became a infrastructure arm of the Shapoorji Pallonji Group. This in short is the story of Afcons.
From humble beginnings to engineering marvels, Afcons has become synonymous with India's progress. But what drives this powerhouse?
We have set up our vision to be a transnational infrastructure construction company, to be known for its delivery excellence and to create satisfaction to all stakeholders. It will not be out of place here to mention the last 10 years time frame, 87% of the project has been completed on or ahead of schedule, which no other construction company can really boast of.
AFCONS has been the force behind projects that have redefined India's infrastructure landscape. The Chenab Bridge, Atal Tunnel, Bharat-Mumbai Container Terminals, JNPT, East-West Metro Kolkata, and Samruddhi Mahamarg. These aren't just projects, they're milestones in India's journey towards progress.
Chenab Bridge is one of the pieces in the USBRL project. It is a part which bridges the river Chenab at its highest point in the valley. The very location of the project is in such a location that I remember the earliest visitors to that project had to take a combination of walk and mules to reach the location. It is very unique in the sense it's a single arch, highest, tallest arch bridge in the world, standing nearly 359 meters above the water level, about 35 meters taller than the Eiffel Tower. It has consumed about 30,350 metric tons of steel, 300,000 bolts, and has been executed with such a high precision and quality that it has actually set a landmark as a project for the competency and the capacity of the Indian engineers to develop such challenging infrastructure projects. Once this complete bridge is completed and the USBRL line is opened up for traffic, it will improve the socio-economic status of the state. It has a number of features which will help. One is it will generate a lot of trade. Two, health and education, which was not accessible to a lot of people, will become much more easier because they can travel to the towns by using the train. It also has a very strategic purpose in terms of army, where they can move their equipments as well as their manpower to the border areas.
The Chenab Bridge, the world's tallest rail bridge in one of the most isolated yet sensitive regions, is a marvel of engineering. It features pioneering construction methods, including the first ever incremental launching on a combined transition curve. Its unique arch, designed to withstand high winds and blast loads, stands on foundations 200 meters deep. This isn't just a bridge, it's a symbol of India's engineering prowess.
The location of the project itself was a challenge, basically because Himalaya is a very young mountain with a lot of unknowns. Having had all these details, a lot of night lamp was burnt to study the aspects that could go to build this project successfully. Logistics was a second nightmare, so we created a world-class laboratory at the project itself. It was an NABL approved laboratory so that all testings can be done at the project site itself. We also set up a world-class fabrication yard, considering the size of the elements that we would have to fabricate, so that a large components could be fabricated at the site itself.
In today's world, sustainable infrastructure is paramount, and AFCONS is deeply committed to this cause.
AFCONS takes great care in ensuring that we leave behind a project without damaging the environment. As a part of this, we use what is lean practices in our construction. We ensure that the minimum natural resources are consumed on the project, so that there is very limited depletion of the natural resource. We also ensure reuse of water. We also ensure that our materials that we use are eco-friendly to the extent that it is viable. We have limited now the use of diesel on our projects by trying to move into grid power to the extent that is feasible. These are some of the significant contributions that we are making towards creating a sustainable infrastructure.
AFCONS fosters a culture of excellence and teamwork through its unique leadership approach.
There are two aspects on the leadership culture I can talk about. One is we create the right environment and follow what is called an agricultural approach to the management, where we sow the seeds and seeds will grow on its own as to how they develop themselves. On the organization overall, if we look at it, we look at a collaborative culture. So in the process, we try to foster a collaborative culture instead of a one-upmanship kind of a leadership. That goes a long way in fostering the right leadership material at all points of time.
AFCON's vision for the future is to continue driving innovation in sustainable infrastructure development.
In our view, AFCONS currently plays a very significant role within the top 3 in the construction industry. We expect to continue to play that kind of a role of working with the government to help them structure the project, help them to have the right contract documentation, and to work in the overall infrastructure growth of the country.
Promoting sustainable infrastructure is vital for the future, and campaigns like Infra Shakti play a crucial role in this endeavor.
Every human being or a company needs to be recognized for the good work they do. Awards are one of the main elements of such recognition. In fact, what really struck me when I went to the awards was that each and every one of the nominees and their work was showcased in great detail, and subsequently the award was announced. While we may have won the award, I believe that all the nominees were truly deserving of such awards. Going forward, these awards would definitely be a great motivational factor for companies to strive and get these awards, thereby raising the benchmark of the Indian infrastructure industry.
AFCON's message to the next generation of engineers is clear: embrace innovation with the right attitude.
AFCONS has always been known to be an innovative company. We have a very strong process called learn before, learn during, learn after. So there is a continuous process of learning as well as dissemination of the knowledge that has been gained. The message I would like to convey to the young engineers is, one is, there is nothing to replace hard and smart work. Second, they always need to carry an attitude along with them, an attitude that they can do it. It makes a lot of difference.
AFCONS, where engineering meets excellence. This is the company that's not just building structures but crafting India's story of progress. The India of tomorrow is being shaped by companies like AFCONS today. On the other side of the break, stay tuned as we showcase the remarkable journey of Sudhanshu Mani, the visionary behind the Vande Bharat Express.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate.
India, a land of diverse cultures and rapid progress, has always been on the move. In 2018, a new chapter in India's transportation history was written with the designing of the Vande Bharat Express. This revolutionary train is the pride and joy of the Indian Railways, conceived and brought on track by the visionary engineer from Lucknow, Sudhanshu Mani.
I liked railways. I come from a railway family. I like to travel in trains, count stations, certainly. I also looked at trains and wondered when India is going to have a faster, speedier, technologically advanced, aesthetically superior train. But those days, I'm talking of mid-70s, there were not too many career options. You either joined engineering or medical or studied further. There used to be a scheme called SCRA, where Indian Railways picked up for mechanical engineering candidates after their 12th, gave them training, engineering training, and absorbed them as assistant mechanical engineers. So the job was assured, and it was something which was at that age was very promising and very attractive. So I joined Jamalpur, this SCRS scheme. After that, I've been a railway man for life. So I landed in Integral Coach Factory, Chennai in August of 2016. And now this was the time when I realized that if I really had that angst, that dream, this was the largest factory of Indian Railways and arguably the largest in the world in terms of number of coaches turned out since inception from a single premises. And I was fortunate to have been bequeathed a great team of officers and staff, proficient in manufacturing, designing, and everything related to it, procurement, finance. I realized that if I did not do something about it now, then it was not a dream, it was perhaps a pipe dream. So getting posted there, analyzing the place, getting to know people and the place, and within a couple of months, the idea burgeoned. So now, when you talk of a modern train, it's not merely what meets the eye, which is of course an aerodynamic profile of the train, better passenger amenities for the passengers. But more important than that, to my mind, is the technology that would drive the train. It's called the three-phase AC propulsion technology. And fortunately, a couple of companies, at that stage actually only one, which had developed this technology in India. There are not many companies in the world which have done it. So indigenous availability of this technology existed. So that was one of the main driving points. There was no import involved as far as the main heart of the train was concerned. Another important thing was to treat industry partners as genuine partners. So I'm very happy to tell you that many industry, regular or non-regular vendors of India came forward, and many of the components we were able to design to our were able to manufacture to our design specification and so on. All this helped.
The Vande Bharat Express, achieving speeds up to 180 kilometers per hour, became India's fastest train, showcasing the nation's engineering prowess in its successful journey between Delhi and Varanasi. The journey was not without its challenges.
First challenge, I was told, is that although the general managers of Indian Railways have been empowered by this government in terms of whatever they can spend and so on, there is no limit, no file goes to Railway Board. That's quite a major step they have taken. But since what we were planning to do was a new type of train, it would have no locomotives. All the equipment would be placed under the board, a train set, and for powering, air conditioning, hotel load, everything under the board, and the space above the board, except 2 cabs in the end, would be used entirely for passenger amenities. And it will be tested at 180 kilometers per hour so that it is declared suitable to run at 160 kilometers per hour, a track which at that stage and even today exists only between Delhi and Agra for a short stretch. But nevertheless, we were looking at designing a train for future. And because you are planning to do a new type of train, you will need railway boards, ministries, sanction. So that proved to be a challenge. We thought as the leader, I should be able to get it easily, but we proposed, it was not finding favor. Then we started work, and another challenge, again, I'm not telling you about technical challenges at all. I told you the process of technical development. That was a wonderful team tackling it. There were many, but I'm telling you more in respect of challenges that any project would face. Basically, you see, the way we define success is you take up a project, give it your best, give your hard work. Outcome is not in your hand. You may fail, but that's how success is defined. As Shakespeare has said in Measure for Measure through Lucio, that our doubts are traitors which make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. गिरते हैं शहसवार ही मैदान जंग में, वो तिफल क्या गिरे जो घुटनों के बल चले. I said days of your crawling on your feet are over, and we'll all be mounted soldiers together and deliver to the country what it has been waiting for a long time. And once you have a great team, all these words work like wonder, and it did. There was a certain level of acceptance that Indian engineers have also come of age. Then there was the response of the public. That was much better than expected. Media also helped, which had come to Chennai when the train was being built. Some hype, if I may call it, was created around it. So somehow public also felt that this was a product made by Indians for India. Now coming to cost, you see, since our stress was in going to Indian companies, in preference over foreign companies, that itself made the cost effectiveness possible. So we were not worried about it being cost effective. Sustainable. Now sustainable is a measure of many things. First is the product itself should be sustainable. The culture of the organization should be sustainable so that similar quality level, similar enthusiasm is sustained. And then in the larger meaning of sustainability, of course, whether the products used were environment friendly and so on. Although we were on time constraint, we were able to keep everything in mind and do our best in these directions.
Sudhanshu Mani's vision and dedication have not only transformed Indian Railways but also inspired a new generation of engineers and innovators. Now a retired railway professional, he leverages his vast experience in railway technology and project management to contribute meaningfully to new ventures. His deep understanding of the industry, coupled with his passions for art, theatre, Urdu poetry and reading, makes him a versatile and valuable asset.
First, look after your family, your friends, your health, your spirit. That's primary. Once you are able to do that, then of course, it's time for you to fulfill your dreams. Don't let your dream die. Let it not be extinguished. Let that dream linger. And second thing, again, I'll quote Shakespeare. He says, things one are done, but joy's soul lies in the doing. So whatever you do with your commitment, do it joyfully. And if you don't have the joy in doing it, don't do it.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, one world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Massive protests over Kolkata doctors' rape and murder. Kolkata-based rival football teams' fans have hit the streets. Now the protests are happening in the midst of interrogations by CBI. Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the Kolkata rape and murder case. A bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday.
लड़की को भेजा है, उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया.
Kolkata rape and murder victims' parents speak to NDTV. The parents have demanded death sentence for their daughters accused. After assault on cabin crew member, Air India decides to shift employees to a different London hotel. Air India has issued a fresh statement saying no compromise on safety till the staff is relocated to another hotel. Politics over Karnataka government's not to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam case. Chief Minister now has cancelled his visit to Bellary and Andhra as Congress calls it vendetta politics. Submits a memorandum to the President, calls for a peaceful protest. But the Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the horrific rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in Tata Curve Medical Hospital in Kolkata. Remember, this is the case that has not just sent shockwaves across the country, it has also led to protests by common people and doctors across the country. In fact, a bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday. Massive protests, meanwhile, are happening at Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. This is a city that erupted in protest on the 14th of August as well, with lakhs of women coming out seeking answers from the state government. This is a massive protest that's going on. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka, who joins us from the site of the protest. Tanushka, tell us, where is this protest happening? What is this agitation all about? We know that people of not just Kolkata but the entire country are very angry with what happened in Tata Curve Medical Hospital, with the rape, the murder, the vandalism, and also the coverage, the kind of probe that took place into the crime in the initial days. Now that, of course, it has gone to the CBI. Tell us, what is the sentiment on ground there?
At the outskirts of the Salt Lake Stadium. This is where the football match that was supposed to happen today, the Durant Cup match, was cancelled after security concerns were raised over this very protest that is happening right behind me right now. This match that was supposed to happen was between two Kolkata-based teams, and these two teams are known to be fierce rivals of each other. This is the East Bengal and the Mohun Bagan teams, and these two teams, the fans of these teams, the fan clubs, have come together in unity, which is a rare sight in West Bengal, to protest against the gruesome rape and murder of this 31-year-old young doctor at RG Medical. The city in Bengal is that of rage and in anger. The city of joy is currently boiling over the rape case and demanding for justice. The roads across Kolkata right now are only, being echoing of one chant and one slogan, that we want justice. The people of Kolkata come down onto the streets, and as in here, this was after the football match was cancelled because the police, were expecting a law and order situation to erupt in the stadium as well. So therefore, in light of that, the football match was cancelled, and these protesters have now come down on the streets. There's high security forces on this main road. This stretch, what one must remember is that this stretch is really important for especially the airport. This is the main route to go to the airport. This is the eastern bypass, but now the people who need to go to the airport will have to take an alternative route, which is by the Rajarhat Expressway. So this route has been completely cordoned off by the Kolkata police. There is rapid action. We are also present here. As you can hear behind me, the protesters are continuing to slogan here, justice for RG Kaur. And the protesters here include people from both the fan clubs. They've both thronged here in unity to come against this gruesome murder and rape. And what we also understand is that, of course, the entire city and everyone is questioning the fact that how, it's been a week since the CBI has been investigating this. Only been until now, which is of Sanjay Roy. And what we're also understanding is that the CBI investigation is also currently on this third consecutive day that they have called in the former principal of RG Kaur Hospital, Sandeep, interrogated for long hours, and the questions of such as, at that point in time, at the time of the incident, where was he, and, how is it that his phone records are also being checked. All of these things are being done right now while he's being questioned by the CBI.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka. Please stay with us. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this protest that's going on in the city of Kolkata. This protest is to demand justice for the victim of RG Kaur Medical Hospital, somebody who suffered not just rape but also murder. Of course, there was vandalism also in the hospital 2 days after this incident really came to light. There is interrogation by the CBI that's happening. The CBI is handling the probe of this incident. You can see the visuals there. This is a protest that's ongoing in the city of Kolkata. Let's also listen in to some reactions on what people of Kolkata feel about what happened in the RG Kaur Medical Hospital.
एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है। इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके, और हम लोग यहाँ पर एकदम शांतिपूर्ण प्रतिवाद कर रहे थे, और ये पुलिस लोग इन जैसे एजुकेटेड जो अच्छे लोग हैं, आदमी जो इस समाज का इंटेलेक्चुअल पर्सन है, उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया। बिना कोई कारण नहीं है, बिना कारण का लाठीचार्ज किया। बहुत महिला के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया।
ये लड़ाई सिर्फ इस बंगाल मोहनबागान की नहीं है, ये पूरा भारतीय का लड़ाई है। ये आपका एक लड़की के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ। हम लोग का जो फेमस डर्बी है, जो इतना सालों से मोहनबागान इस बंगाल का पूरा दर्शक यहाँ पे आके जमा होता है, खेला एंजॉय करता है, वो रातों रात बंद कर दिया। ऊपर से हम लोग के ऊपर जो भी आ रहा था यहाँ पे सबका ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया, सबको गाली दिया। ठीक है, किसी का फ्लैग के ऊपर से पाँव ओढ़ के चला गया, वो किसी को अरेस्ट किया, किसी को ऊपर किसी को फोन करके धमकी दिया कि ये मिचिल वगैरह मत कीजिएगा। ये आपका जमायत मत कीजिएगा, ये सब किया है कोलकाता पुलिस, विधाननगर पुलिस सब मिलके।
Well, it's one thing to come out and stand in solidarity with the victim's family, something that the family is going through. It has ensured that life is never going to be same for them again. My colleague Tanushka also spoke to the parents of the victim of the RG Car Medical Hospital. Remember, she was a 31-year-old junior doctor who had gone to the seminar hall after a 36-hour shift only to rest, after which she was brutally raped and murdered. Of course, the country is seeking justice for her. Let's listen into what the parents have to say.
मेरे संग अभी डिसीज के फैमिली है, डिसीज के पिताजी मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी। शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। आप हमें ये बताएं कि मतलब सीबीआई अब तक 7 दिन हो गए हैं, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी जारी है और जो फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल हैं अस्पताल के, उन्हें बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग में भी लाया जा रहा है। ये सब से आपका क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है अभी सिचुएशन का? हम लोग तो दिखता है कि वो तो सीबीआई कोशिश कर रहा है, कलकत्ता पुलिस जैसा कोशिश नहीं किया था, ये तो कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो कोशिश पूरा ना जानने से बगैर कैसे किसको ये जो दुष्कर्म जिसने किया है कैसे निकलेगा, ये हाल निकलने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये कोई बारे में हमका कोई बात नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर और जिस हिसाब से सब कुछ हुआ, जो सब बाहर आ रहा है, आपको कोई भी फाउल प्ले लग रहा है? इसके बारे में क्या बोले, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते। आपकी बेटी, आपने कहा कि एक डायरी मेंटेन करती थी, तो उस डायरी का एक छेड़ा हुआ पेज का छवि मेरे पास है। तो वो छवि में ऐसा क्या है और वो डायरी जनरली क्या मेंटेन करती है? साथ सीबीआई के साथ बात हुआ, उसको बताने के लिए माना किया है। जी जी जी। तो वो डायरी अभी भी है आपके पास? नहीं, हमका पास नहीं है। वो तो कॉलेज में ही था, उसका बैग में ही रहते थे हम लोग। उसका कभी कभी देखने का कोशिश कर रहा था, उसका हमने ले लेता था, छीन के ले लेता था। आपकी बेटी जो है, अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, हम उसका पर्सनल डायरी किस लिए देखें? लेकिन जो हम लोगों से बात 1 घंटा आध घंटा जो बात होता था रात में, वो उसका जो दिक्कत होता है बोलता था। दिक्कत जैसे कि? दिक्कत जैसे जो पेशेंट के लिए, जो बापी ऐसा पेशेंट था, आज हम एकदम नींद नहीं गया, पूरा खाना नहीं मिला, सारा दिन में खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला, ये सब बोलते थे। और अस्पताल में वैसे उनकी पढ़ाई को लेकर के भी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स या फिर उनकी थीसिस वगैरह जो लिख रही थी या गोल्ड मेडल की जो प्रेपरेशन कर रही थी, इन जनरल अस्पताल में सेफ्टी एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था, इसके बारे में उन्होंने कभी कुछ बोला? देखिए, आपको जब आपका पिता माता जो काम में भेजा, आप पिता माता तो आपका भी है, काम में जाता है, जब रास्ते में रहता है उसका दिक्कत रहता है, जब काम में ऑफिस में घुस जाता है तब आपको उसको दिक्कत बहुत कम हो जाता है। हम की एक पिता होने के नाते ये तो जानता है, आपका पिता भी जानता है। और जो बात होता था फ़ोन में माँ के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, हम तो काम में रहते हैं सारे दिन में, हमारा साथ बात बहुत कम होता है। पर वही कि काम के जगह में ऐसा हो गया, ये तो मेरा यही, जो जिसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया। सबसे ये दुख में हम लोग का दुख का बात है। हम जब लड़की को स्कूल में भेज देता है, स्कूल का गेट के अंदर जब चला जाता है बस हम आ जाते हैं, हम बाइक के बस बिठा के लेके ले जाते हैं, गेट के अंदर छोड़ के वो कहाँ जाते थे, कहाँ क्लास है हम नहीं जानते थे, जानने का ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ता ना, किसी को नहीं ज़रूरत पड़ता है, वैसे ही था। और क्या बोले, काम का जगह भी वैसे ही मानते हो? हम तो ऐसे ही, इतना 5 साल कॉलोनी में पढ़ा है, उधर हॉस्टल में रहते थे, इतना हम क्या बोले फिर। अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, अभी तो उसको वो भी अपने सिंसियर, अपने जो रास्ते में चलना सीख गया, रास्ते में थोड़ा दिक्कत था इसलिए तो गाड़ी भी खरीद लिया था। ये सारी सुविधाएं हम थोड़ा हेल्प किया उसके, ये सारी सुविधाएं आपने अपनी बेटी को दी, उसके बाद भी ये जो हुआ, ये जो घटना घटी है, उसके बाद ये भी बात हो रहा है कि जिन्हें अभी आरोपी माना गया है सिर्फ वे नहीं है। इस पे आपके क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है? हम लोग पहले से ही, और जो आदमी फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन डॉक्टर, जितना डॉक्टर होता है MBBS के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो सब बोला है। एक आदमी के जो गलत काम हुआ है, एक आदमी नहीं, संभव नहीं है। जब आपने अपनी बेटी को देखा या आप मिले, आप कब मिले, कितने समय बाद देखा आपने? हमको फ़ोन आया 11 बजे, उधर पहुंचा 12 बजे, हमको
साढ़े तीन बजे उसको देखने का मिला है। उस टाइम में हमका दिल में क्या चल रहा है तो हम ही जानते हैं ना, लेकिन वो लोग बोलते हैं तदंत चल रहा है इसलिए।
किस अवस्था में आपको मिली? किस अवस्था में आप?
वो तो कपड़ा शरीर में नहीं है, एक चादर से मुड़ा हुआ था और हाँ दोनों पैर दो तरफ था, हाथ भी एक हाथ में इधर ऐसे मिला है।
अभी आपकी मुख्यमंत्री ने भी आपसे मुलाकात की, वो मिल के आके उन्होंने क्या बोला?
उनका ऊपर मैंने तो पहले पूरा भरोसा रखा था, लेकिन जब देखा गलत काम हो रहा है, ठीक से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उस टाइम में तो हम CBI में चला गया। अभी देखिए ना क्या कर रहा है, जो जनरल पब्लिक उन्होंने पोजीशन निकल रहा है, विचार चाहिए बोल के, लेकिन जो आदमी जनरल पब्लिक जो बोलता है विचार चाहिए, उसको बंद करने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये क्या है?
এবং উনি কালকে দুবার তিনবার বলেও যে নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই।
तो आप मुख्यमंत्री से भी क्या उम्मीदें रख रही हैं?
हम उसको बोलेंगे आप कोशिश कीजिए, हमारा लड़की का साथ जो गलत काम हुआ है उसे जल्द से जल्दी विचार मिले।
So parents of the deceased demanding justice for their daughter who was brutally raped and murdered in RG Medical Hospital recently, an incident which has sent shockwaves across the country. In yet another case of physical assault on doctors, a female doctor in Mumbai Sion Hospital was physically assaulted early in the morning today. The female doctor was attacked by attendants who came with a patient. This incident comes days after the horrific rape and murder of the trainee doctor, a junior doctor in Kolkata's RG Medical Hospital, College and Hospital. Mumbai Police has now registered a case against the two people for misbehavior and assault with the female doctor. BMC's Association for Resident Doctor has condemned the attack on the female doctor. I have my colleague Radhika joining us with more details on this. Radhika is on the phone line with us. Radhika, the doctors have been demanding a central law which can protect them against attacks by relatives of patients, also attendants. 26 states have it, but of course the implementation is always questionable. What happened in today's incident? Tell us what details do we have?
That's right. A disturbing incident of female doctor assault has come to fore from a Mumbai hospital, Sion Hospital, where a female resident doctor was abused and assaulted by patient and his relatives. In fact, the Resident Doctors Association, as you said, has condemned the incident and sought strict action. FIR has been registered against two people for misbehavior and assault. Incident happened at around 3:45 a.m. today. A female resident doctor who was on duty was threatened and allegedly assaulted by a group of 5 to 6 people who were allegedly in an intoxicated state. In fact, patient was in an intoxicated state, came with wounds on his face to the hospital, and when he was being treated, the patient was in pain during the procedure, due to which him and his relatives allegedly abused and assaulted the doctor and ran from the spot. They even applied the soaked gauze on the doctor forcibly and ran away, leading to abrasions and injuries on her hand. Forces, of course, he recorded her statements before the police. An FIR has been registered. We'll have to wait and see if any arrest will happen. And yes, as we have been saying, once again highlighting security failure in hospitals, doctors, in fact, the resident doctors in the statement have demanded additional safety security personnel in BMC hospitals so that such incidents do not happen. And they've been, giving a charter of demands ever since the Kolkata incident happened, including Central Protection Act, surveillance and security. Unfortunately, one more incident coming to fore where a female doctor was allegedly assaulted and abused while she was on duty by a patient.
Right. Thank you, Radhika, for joining us with those details. Moving on to other political news of the day. In the midst of speculations over former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren's next political move, ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren has now broken his silence. He has spoken on social media saying that he was insulted multiple times in the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, a party that he belongs to. Champai Soren has said that circumstances created for me are not enough to make him stay in the party. Remember, there's been a lot of speculations over Champai Soren's visit to New Delhi. There's also a buzz that he's in touch with the BJP leadership. Remember, he's a senior MLA from the JMM. Somebody was given the responsibility responsibility of being the Chief Minister when Hemant Soren was arrested in a mining case. Joining me now is Prabhakar, my colleague on the phone line. Prabhakar, something that we've been speaking about since morning, Champai Soren is in Delhi. Clearly, this seems to be, building up for the final move, the shift to the BJP. Of course, all of that is still in this realm of political speculations. But what do you read into this long post by Champai Soren on social media?
Yeah, very interestingly, that he has been in denial since morning, and he had talked to media not only in Delhi when he arrived there, but also at Ranchi, and both of the places he completely ruled this out. And now, a few hours later, you see it on his X handle that he's leaving JMM. Remember, Champai Soren is a very senior JMM leader. He happens to be a very close friend of Shibu Soren, and that's the reason why he was trusted in the first place by Hemant Soren when he was sent behind bars in the land case. And Champai Soren was the guy who was actually chosen to be in his place on that particular chair. But the moment he walked free of the jail, Hemant Soren, we are told, did not even consult Champai Soren and took a decision to go and that did not go well with Champai Soren. Not mentioned joining the party sources are confirming to us that he would be going in the BJP fold, and BJP in cash as to build a hype. I can't remember his old-bound state, and the polls would be happening there anytime within 2 to 5 months. So it would be seen as a big jolt.
Right. Right. Thank you, Prabhakar, for joining us with those details. This is an evolving story. We'll keep coming back to you for more details. Remember, Champai Soren was the Chief Minister of Jharkhand when Hemant Soren was arrested. He's a senior MLA of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. Somebody who has also worked with Shibu Soren, but now he has put out a long post on social media saying that he has been insulted multiple times in the JMM. There are speculations that say that he could be joining the BJP soon, but of course, we are tracking that for you and more. Moving on to another important story, Air India has started moving out personnel from a hotel in London after an intruder entered the room of a cabin crew member and assaulted her. Through the injuries, we are led to understand that the injuries are not grievous, but of course, the motive of the attack, now under investigation by the police, is not presently known. That's what sources have indicated to NDTV. The attacker, however, has been arrested. In a revised statement, the airline has said, and I quote, "After assault, Air India shifts crew members. We constantly review travel and safety arrangements made at reputed international hotel chains based on the feedback of our employees and internal review to ensure safety and comfort of employees. In this particular instance, we have taken immediate measures and decided to move our colleagues to another hotel." The other details of the incident have been sourced by NDTV, and what we know is that the injuries to the cabin crew member are not grievous, but of course now Air India has moved out all its employees from the hotel. The victim of the assault has also sought privacy at this time. Vishnu Shom, my colleague, joins us with more details on this. Vishnu, you've been tracking this case since morning. Tell us what is the latest on this?
Well, it's a very unfortunate incident, Vasudha, which has taken place, and a very frightening one, a reminder of how unsafe cities like London are getting. This is a cabin crew member of Air India. As I understand it, a very young cabin crew member. There was an intruder in her hotel room. This is an extremely reputed international hotel chain. This intruder sort of intruded into her room, assaulted her quite violently. She was taken to hospital and her injuries were treated. In speaking to sources in the airline, I can tell you that the injuries themselves were not serious. And the cabin crew member was brought back to India. At this stage, she has been traumatized. And she's also been traumatized by the fact that details of this have come out in the media. And she seeks her privacy at this stage. And that's something which we respect, which is why we are not in NDTV, going ahead with trying to sort of get her reaction or speak to her or anything of that sort. The top management of the airline is in touch with this particular crew member. The victim of this assault is going through a process of counseling as well. What is important to remember here is that the motive of this attack is not known. Whether there was an intention for sexual assault or theft is not known. The London police is investigating this, and as I understand it, one arrest has taken place.
Thank you, Vishnu Shom, for joining us with those very important details. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Moving on, a US court has ruled that Pakistani-backed terror mastermind Tawahur Hussain Rana, wanted in India for his role in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that killed over 160 persons, can be sent to India under the Indo-US Extradition Treaty. Now, Rana is in LA jail over charges linked to the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. He is known to have been associated with Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Headley, one of the main conspirators of this attack. He is also accused of having links with Pakistan's ISI.
Tawahur Rana, one of the masterminds in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, might in all possibility be brought back to India given what is happening in the courts in the United States of America. Now, 26/11 is an important date for a lot of Mumbaikars, which shattered the lives of many of them. This includes people who work to earn their penny every single day, to even people who served as guests in the Taj Hotel back then. This gentleman here, who is making these sumptuous, delicious looking omelette pav in Prabhadevi, right next to Kamla Mills here, was one of the gentlemen who was involved in this particular incident. He saw the incident very closely, and I will try to talk to him to understand how was it for him on 26/11. सर, सबसे पहले मुझे आपका नाम बताइए।
मेरा नाम सदाशिव चंद्रकांत कोलके है। मैं 2008-26-11 में प्रॉपर्ट मार्केट में एक होटल में जॉब करते थे। मेरा दोस्त चेन्नई जा रहा था, उनको मैं गाड़ी में बिठाने के लिए गया था। तो हम लोग 13 नंबर प्लेटफॉर्म के सामने, तो मेरा दोस्त बैठा था, मैं खड़ा था, तो अचानक सामने से फायरिंग चालू हो गया। मतलब जब भी आवाज़ आ रहा था, 2-3 बार आवाज़ आया, तीसरी बार मेरे को लग गया। तो पब्लिक को मालूम नहीं था कि ये क्या हो रहा है। तो अचानक सब पब्लिक भागने लगा, तो मेरे को भी लगने के बाद मैं भागने की कोशिश किया, लेकिन भाग नहीं सका। फिर मेरे को पब्लिक ने हॉस्पिटल लेके गया।
आपको कहाँ गोली लगी थी?
मेरे को यहाँ पे ऐसा घिस के गया था, यहाँ पे। ये देखो, इधर निशाना है।
आप बताइए कि उस रात को आप बहुत डरे हुए होंगे।
बहुत डरे हुए थे। अभी भी ज़्यादा जाएगा वहाँ तो अभी भी डर लगता है। हाँ, तो हम गाँव जाते समय वहाँ से जाते तो सब याद आते, इधर ऐसा ऐसा हो गया था करके। मेरे सामने बहुत आदमी का मौत हो गया है उसी में, बहुत आदमी का। बहुत भयानक था वो।
आपको अभी भी याद है वो पूरी रात कैसे?
हाँ, बहुत भयानक रात थी। ऐसा कभी दोबारा नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा लगता है। बहुत लोगों का जान गया, बच्चा छोटा बच्चा लोग का जान गया।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
How engaged are you with your city? Do you take action beyond just venting on social media when your city floods or runs out of water? As we mark the 78th Independence Day, it's time to think about what each of us can do to make our cities more livable and sustainable. Simple steps like careful waste segregation and home composting can make a big difference in our surroundings. Welcome to the Urban Agenda, where we dive into how you can actively contribute to improving your city. I'm Manisha Natarajan. Joining me are the leaders of citizen-led organizations who have made a significant impact by bringing people together for the common goal of improving our cities. Shishir Joshi, founder and CEO of Project Mumbai. Tarun Sharma, he's a co-founder of Nagrika, and Divya Narayanan, executive director at jhatka.org. Thank you so much for joining me, all of you. It's a wonderful day to be talking about citizens' participation, isn't it? 78 years of independence, and I think it's time we stop cribbing and moving to action. Shishir, my first question is to you. Project Mumbai now has spearheaded two major citizen-led initiatives in the city. Beautification of 29 Mumbai railway stations, largest citizen-led public art initiative, and the plastic recyclathon, which was actually recognized by Limca Book of Records as the largest citizen-led plastic recycling initiative. So my question is, how are you able to galvanize and motivate citizens to come together for such efforts in a city like Mumbai?
Manisha, I think today and every day is a good day for people to start. I would put it that way. Well, having said that, Mumbai is a chaotic city, but I also believe that there is a kindness bone in each one of us. All we need to do is to kind of trigger that kindness bone. Very often when we get people to say, do this, most people say, okay, that I might do it just once. But important to excite people in the space that they want to do, and the area which is geography that they are comfortable with, and the time that they have, and which is what Project Mumbai's strength has been, we just are not into A and B and C things. We've actually got 40 different initiatives that are working simultaneously, because if today Manisha says, I'd like to do sustainability, then you have plastic. Tomorrow you might want to do art, then there's the railway station initiative. Then you may want to donate a book, and we are setting in libraries and municipal gardens. You want to map a road, then you have a mapping opportunity. You want to do something in fire safety. So we've created a menu. It's almost like a mall of volunteering that we're trying to do here. Can we make Mumbai the country's kindness capital? Because we believe that people have the kindness here. So it's not one opportunity. And that way people have responded because there is one segment of the community which loves to give their time. But there are those, which is maybe 3/4 of them, who are not sure what they want to do. But whenever we talk to people, people say, I'd love to do, but I don't know how to go about it. And that's the community we are trying to kind of bring together to say, we'll tell you how, but I'm not telling you what I want you to do. I'll tell you what you can choose. And that's how the community grows. Manisha?
So how large is your team to actually reach out to such a, I mean, it's a dense city with 9 crore people, in fact, maybe more if you take larger MMR. How do you reach out to people? How do you decide which areas will you work in? What causes you? Give me a very interesting example, Shishir. People care, they just don't know how to. If you offer them a menu of things that they can do, they will connect with at least one of them and allow them to do that within that area of comfort, or at least the geographical area where they can be present. Am I correct in understanding? So my question is, how much muscle, manpower, technology do you use to make it happen?
So let me be very brutally honest. We are now on the threshold of technology, but it's largely been the passion space and creating good ideas which resonate. You refer to the plastic recyclathon. Again, we try to simplify, de-jargonize anything. So we are not talking about climate change. We are not talking about global warming. We are just saying, donate your plastic waste, we'll pick it up. So the spoon that you would have otherwise thrown into a landfill, now we collect it, we recycle it, and we show it back to them to say, the bench that you're sitting on is made out of that recycled plastic. So the habit of giving starts from there. We actually become the popular raddiwalas or the kachrawalas, but then they say, okay, these guys are doing such good work, what more? And then say, okay, do you have something else to give? What can you give? Okay, something as simple as a book. What will you do with the book? Because the process is transparent. We are setting up libraries in municipal gardens, and then we are setting up libraries in prisons. Now, the oh wow element starts. Then we have the beach cleanups, which is again one of the largest initiatives in the Limca book, where we say, come on, the moment I say, come and clean up rivers, because beaches are not the places where solutions can take place. You really need to clean the rivers because that's where the muck is. But the moment I say, Divya, Tarun, Manisha, come to a dirty river and soil yourself in, you'll never come back again. But I say, come to the beach. You know, that's a very fancy proposition. And we all love to go to a beach. But when you come to a beach, you clean up, your eyes get wide open to say, there's so much of kachra here. And then when you're out there, you get excited. Then you say, okay, here are 5 other things you can do. Everybody goes back to the story. They click selfies. It's almost like when you go to a mithai wala. You know, I offer the mithai wala, you've gone there to buy one set of mithai. You have a focus in your mind. But the mithai wala says, aap ye try karke dekhiye, this is free. Now, you are reluctant because it's free, you're not sure what's the catch. The mithai wala says no catch at all, no strings attached. And when you taste that, you say, okay, I like that. We get you to the beach. You come here to the beach because this is the beach and you clean up. And then I say, okay, do you know that you can set up a library? Do you know that you can be a fire safety champion? You can map the road which is next to your house and it can change lives. There's a good boat in everyone. Okay. We're just trying to, as I said, trigger that boat, Marisha.
All right. So what I'm hearing also is, all right, Mumbai becoming a kindness capital, and you've started on that journey in earnest. However, if the task is very difficult, like river cleaning, then there will be reluctance. So I'm going to come back to you and say, when are you going to tackle that? But let me take on the digitization of the citizen initiatives. Divya, jhatka.org. Now, you are actually focusing on digital campaigning organization, which brings citizens together to take actions on issues that matter. Now, tons of these are happening. There's Change.org, where petitions are signed, etc. My question is that How impactful are they to really see change on the ground? Because a lot of times you have thousands and lakhs of signage of petitions, but really does administration move? Unko aap hila paate hain, like we say in Hindi?
Great question. So for us at Jhatka, the petition is just one of the tools that we use to engage citizens. It's just a front-facing method to get citizens on board to the campaign. A lot happens after. So we engage people. I think it's important to engage people both online and offline. I think social media in the online world plays a very important role in starting and continuing conversations around issues that people care about. You know, it's important for awareness generation, changing mindsets. But what's equally important is connecting the offline and online. So while having these conversations is important, showing up offline becomes even more important. And that's how we make it more effective. So we get people to show up to meet with their local decision makers. Our decision makers are not only active in their rooms, but they're also quite active on social media. All of our agencies, most civic agencies have an online presence. They're encouraging people to use their portals and their apps or even just on the phone. Like, for example, at Jhatka, we've gotten several of our citizens to call their local decision makers and, you know, engage them and ask them for a particular demand or an action that we're demanding. So I think it's very important to complement the online with the offline.
Give me one or two examples of things or changes that you have been you've been able to bring about with an online offline coming together.
Sure. So there are a few. In fact, in Bangalore, we've successfully saved hundreds and thousands of trees, because in Bangalore, I think one thing that people are very proud of is it being called the Garden City of India, and that is something that's it's an emotional part of Bangaloreans, and so people really do show up when they need to save their trees. And so even last year, we got a stay order on a flyover that was unscientific in Bangalore, which would have actually led to the felling of over 50 heritage trees that have been there for hundreds of years. And so for that, we got 35,000 people. It was a hyper local campaign in one small area of Bangalore, but 35,000 people got on that petition and joined the campaign. But we also then combined it and complemented it by forming a core group of citizens who would go and engage with decision makers, go have meetings with them, speak to them, engage local population, have localized events where those trees were being cut. We got children and elderly involved. We got children to, tie like little hearts around those trees that were earmarked for being cut. And so all of that sort of, pulls on your heartstrings. And we had a very engaged core group of citizens on ground who were really driving this, and we were just supporting them. So that's been one of a big victories last year as well.
Okay, so you're also in a city which is far more responsive and citizens are. I wish you would come 100%. Bring Jhatka to Delhi and see where there's a lot more armchair activism than actual groundwork. But we'll wait for you to come here. Tarun, let me come to Nagarika. Very interesting space you operate in. There is innovative research happening on how to improve citizen engagement. You also look at trends. You also look at issues. So give me a flavor of how does Nagarika work to get citizens involved and drive meaningful change with their, let's say, administrators?
Yes. So Nagarik essentially is a think tank. We started as an organization co-founded by two small town citizens who saw our smaller towns existing in a black hole of knowledge vacuum. And the idea behind Nagarik has been to make such knowledge available which can allow people to take action and create conversations. And a focus of work has been in small and mid-sized cities. And one of the key trends that we have been seeing, and we've been engaging with multiple network partners across such smaller cities, where they are able to galvanize people to come together for a common cause. So 3 top things that we've seen is that if there is an issue that affects them deeply, or if they have found an alternative pathway or an example that shows them a reality which is much better than they are living in, and if they have people who can lead them and galvanize them. So to give an example of the first one, so we've been working through a Nagarik Connect program in Udaipur, where the lakes in the last 20 years have been getting deteriorating. And this is an issue that affects them directly. And it has been a cultural landmark for most of those people who've been living through generations. And they have seen its idea of cultural tourism change into more wedding tourism. And this is an issue which also binds them because it's impacting their health on a daily basis. There are a lot of kidney and stomach-related diseases that have started happening in the last 5 years. So this is an issue that has brought a lot of citizens together, and they are coming together to ask administration to make changes and bring technology that can help clean the lakes. Then the second part is where they have an alternative pathway. And this is, again, as I said, that there has been a knowledge vacuum. And as an organization, this is the knowledge vacuum that we've been trying to fill, that there are active citizens and organizations and individuals who have found alternate pathways for improving the situation that they are in. For example, in Bangalore, there is an organization with whom we have been working with for past some time, and they realized that Bangalore was able to create ward committees. So they took a legal route, but they were able to get ward committees constituted, and now they are going one step further, where they want to get ward sabhas and area sabhas also legislated in their city, and use that as a model of waste management as well. And they have seen what Alapua has been doing, and they know that there is an alternative universe that exists, which they can bring in their own cities. And then third is if there are people who can lead and galvanize them. And in smaller cities, I think that is one common trend that we have seen. Like in Coimbatore, again, there is an organization called Siruthalli with whom we have been working with. And they are an industry organization. And they were the ones who first started the idea of reviving some of the lakes that had been there for millennia. And they galvanized people around they gave a call, and more than some 500 hectares of lakes were cleaned in 2003. And because they kept up with the efforts, and Siruthalli as an organization was leading as an industry organization, eventually Coimbatore Smart City also took up that same initiative.
Of course, and they're wearing a big badge saying that, we've cleaned up all the cities and developed this fantastic, lakefront walkways, etc. But yes, citizens and governance, if it comes together. I'm going to come back and after this break and ask all of you on how to make these into mass movements. All of you are doing wonderful work. The impact is there, and you say citizens are getting engaged. But I feel that this can be a far larger movement. I'm going to come back to you for ideas, so stay with us.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and
How involved should you be in the governance of your city? What are the different ways you can help make your city healthier, more livable and sustainable? That's what we are focusing on today. How engaged are the citizens? I mean, what is the kind of pool of citizens are you able to draw in that NGO effort that you make?
So people have
And would you want
problems.
more of them to join? That's an important question.
Absolutely. We've still, despite being the go-to organization in the most chaotic city of the country, we still have touched about 10% of the people. But what we have managed to reach out to our children, the working class, housewives and senior citizens all put together, because we also live in a city where trust has a huge deficit. We tend to believe that the government is not doing enough. And we talk about public-private partnerships. And in all this, we forget people. So what we managed to do is a public-private people partnership where we get citizens involved to say, you tell me what your problem is. And I think taking forward from what Divya spoke about, also, our entire effort is to create a hyper-local kind of a space of engagement, the place where you live. So all our engagements are also 100 meters of where you live, work and play. So one very interesting kind of initiative we've started off is Naksha. Mumbai has 19,000 roads. Now each road, and like Delhi, like Bangalore, like Udaipur, every road has a name. Most of us don't even know who these people are. So there could be a Manisha Natarajan road, I'm sure somewhere sometime in your life. But we don't even know who these people are. We just say take a left from SV road. What's SV? Take a left from Dr. B.A. road. Now we get citizens to the road that you live. Can you map the history of that road? We are building the cultural history of Mumbai like no other city has done, engaging citizens and students. So different areas we are involving in, trying to create a collaborative philanthropy, reducing the trust deficit and making Mumbai and also creating the country's largest ecosystem of volunteers.
Volunteers, fantastic. So everyone watching and living in Mumbai, please reach out to Project Mumbai and figure out what you can do. Also to Jhatka.org. Unfortunately, we've completely run out of time. I had so many more questions. Divya, can you give me a very short answer on how would you like your impact that Jhatka.org is doing to get broad-based and more citizen involvement, and a quick then final note from Tarun. Divya?
I think so. There is a Harvard researcher, their name is Erica Chenoweth. They talk about how any movement needs just 3.5% of the population to get involved. And that 3.5% of the population can turn it into a movement. And when we go hyper-local, that number becomes really small, and that's easier to tackle, right? And I think it's important to galvanize the people who are already interested and enthusiastic so that we're able to create FOMO for the other people and have them bring more and more of their friends and family into the movement. And so they then become the people who we call can convince the persuadables. You know, there are people in the spectrum who are not sure about whether they should do anything, should they join the movement. Once you have enthusiastic people, they can bring in the persuadables. I think that's the only way to have like a
so grow in concentric circles of kindness, starting from very passionate people. Tarun, very quick wrap out from you on how to broad base this.
So I think as knowledge generators and as a think tank, I think for us, the journey started with creating ideas and expanding the realm of thought that already exists in helping people reimagine the reality that they're living in. So I think for us, we've been pushing the envelope of thinking about smaller cities and mid-sized cities, that how people can actually make a change based on what already exists. And I think that is the way in which we hope that more people will galvanize at what Divya was saying, that if we get those 3.5% people, and that's a network that we're creating in multiple smaller cities, more than 25 cities that we have.
Thank you so much. More power to all three of you. Very three different genres of work being done. Shishir, Divya and Tarun, thank you very much for joining us on this Independence Day special.
Thanks so much for having us.
Thank you. Thank you.
And thanks to all of you. Let's hope we all find the time to actively make our cities better rather than just being on social media. That's important too. Keep that up. But let's really engage where it matters and contribute to our city's improvement. Goodbye and thanks for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Massive protests over Kolkata doctor rape and murder case. Kolkata-based rival football team fans have hit the streets. The protesters amid no-stir order outside Kolkata Stadium. The protests are in solidarity that are happening in Delhi as well. Supreme Court has meanwhile taken suo motu cognizance of the Kolkata rape and murder case. A bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday.
इसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है, उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया.
Kolkata rape murder victims' parents have spoken to NDTV. The parents have demanded death penalty for the daughters accused. After assault on cabin crew member, Air India decides to shift employees to a different London hotel. Air India has issued a fresh statement saying no compromise on safety till the staff is relocated to another hotel. Politics over Karnataka governor's nod to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam case. The Chief Minister has meanwhile cancelled his visit to Bellary and Andhra as Congress calls it vendetta politics, submits memorandum to the President, calls for a peaceful protest. Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder of a junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital in Kolkata. A bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday. Remember, this is regarding the murder and rape of a 31-year-old junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital in Kolkata. This is a state-owned hospital, and this incident has sent shockwaves across the country. There are massive protests happening in different parts of the country. Those are visuals out there for you on your screens. There is a big protest, a massive protest happening in Kolkata at the Salt Lake Stadium. There's also other massive protests that have been organized in other cities of the country. There's high drama outside Kolkata Stadium. This is a joint protest by football arch rivals. The rival fans have joined hands for justice for the junior doctor. Kolkata-based football fans have also hit the streets. Kolkata is the football city. The city of joy is very angry, demanding answers from the state government. Going across to my colleague Tanushka, who's been tracking this protest, covering it from the ground. Tanushka, tell us what is the sentiment on ground? The city is very angry, notably, understandably. But of course, what are the demands? What are the key demands that the protesters are raising?
The major demand that continues to remain, Vasudha, is definitely that of justice as protests continue across the city and in West Bengal as well. It's been pouring the entire day today, but protesters still continue to throng onto the streets. This is right outside Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata, and this entire stretch of road, which is usually chock-a-block with traffic, at this hour especially is entirely, blocked off by the protesters. They're continuing to protest here for over a few hours now, and what we're also understanding is that definitely the protesters are demanding justice. These are the slogans that Kolkata is echoing with at this point, and the main protest here at this space where I am currently at was because the Durand Cup match, the football match was cancelled in view of a law and order situation, concerns over law and order, as both these big football teams in Kolkata, the East Bengal and the Mohun Bagan teams, these two fan clubs of these teams have come together in unity to protest against the gruesome rape and murder of this young doctor at RG Kar Medical Hospital. We know that the CBI has been investigating the case for over a week now. However, there has only been one arrest in the case so far, that is of Sanjay Roy. Sanjay Roy, the Central Forensic Science Lab team from Delhi that has come down to Kolkata has conducted a psychological test onto Sanjay Roy, and at the same time the CBI has also summoned the former principal of the RG Kar Medical Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, for a third consecutive day today. So these are on the investigation front, this is what is going on. However, there has been no further arrests yet, and even though the former principal who is being questioned, nothing is coming out of the investigation yet from the CBI's end as well. And what we're definitely understanding the pulse of the city, as you can see behind me, the protesters continue to rage on, is that of complete anger. They do not care whether it's rain or shine. They're continuing to protest against this brutal crime that happened. These two different fan clubs have come together, which is very rare, and it's historic for Bengal, as they've always known to be fierce rivals. But today they have come together onto the roads in demand for justice and demand for a strong and robust security and safety system for women across the city at this point.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka, for those details. You can see the visuals there. It's raining, and yet people have come out in large numbers to protest against this tragic rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital. This is a state-owned hospital. The CBI is probing this matter. It has been interrogating several people involved, possibly involved in this crime. But remember, what the family of this victim has gone through is something that can never be imagined in the right measure. In fact, my colleague Tanushka also spoke to the deceased parents, the mother and father. Let's listen in to what they have to say.
मेरे संग अभी डिसीज़ के फैमिली है, डिसीज़ के पिताजी मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी। शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। आप हमें ये बताएं कि मतलब सीबीआई अब तक 7 दिन हो गए हैं, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी जारी है, और जो फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल हैं अस्पताल के, उन्हें बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग में भी लाया जा रहा है। ये सब से आपका क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है अभी सिचुएशन का? हम लोग तो दिखता है कि वो तो सीबीआई कोशिश कर रहा है, कलकत्ता पुलिस जैसा कोशिश नहीं किया था, ये तो कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो कोशिश पूरा ना जानने से बगैर कैसे किसको, ये जो
दुष्कर्म जिसने किया है कैसे निकलेगा? ये हाल निकालने का कोशिश कर रहा है, ये कोई बारे में हमका कोई बात नहीं है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर और जिस हिसाब से सब कुछ हुआ, जो सब बाहर आ रहा है, आपको कोई भी फाउल प्ले लग रहा है?
इसके बारे में क्या बोले, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते।
आपकी बेटी, आपने कहा कि एक डायरी मेंटेन करती थी, तो उस डायरी
का एक छेड़ा हुआ पेज का छवि मेरे पास है।
तो वो छवि में ऐसा क्या है, और वो डायरी जनरली क्या मेंटेन करती है?
साथ सीबीआई के साथ बात हुआ, उसको बताने के लिए माना किया है।
जी जी जी। तो वो डायरी अभी भी है आपके पास?
नहीं, हमका पास नहीं है, वो तो कॉलेज में ही था, उसका बैग में ही रहते थे। हम लोग उसका कभी कभी देखने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका हमने ले लेता था, छीन के ले लेता था।
तो आपकी बेटी जो है,
अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, हम उसका पर्सनल डायरी किस लिए देखें? लेकिन जो हम लोगों से बात 1 घंटा आध घंटा जो बात होता था रात में, वो उसका जो दिक्कत होता है बोलता था।
दिक्कत जैसे कि?
दिक्कत जैसे जो पेशेंट के लिए, जो बापी ऐसा पेशेंट था, आज हम एकदम नींद नहीं गया, पूरा खाना नहीं मिला, सारा दिन में खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला, ये सब बोलते थे।
और अस्पताल में वैसे उनकी पढ़ाई को लेकर के भी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स, या फिर उनकी थीसिस वगैरह जो लिख रही थी, या गोल्ड मेडल की जो प्रेपरेशन कर रही थी, इन जनरल अस्पताल में सेफ्टी एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था, इसके बारे में उन्होंने कभी कुछ बोला?
देखिए, आपको जब आपका पिता माता जो काम में भेजा, आप पिता माता तो आपका भी है, काम में जाता है, जब रास्ते में रहता है उसका दिक्कत रहता है, जब काम में ऑफिस में घुस जाता है तब आपको उसको दिक्कत बहुत कम हो जाता है। हम कि एक पिता होने के नाते ये तो जानता है, आपका पिता भी जानता है। और जो बात होता था फ़ोन में माँ के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, हम तो काम में रहते हैं सारे दिन में, हमारे साथ बात बहुत कम होता है।
पर वही कि काम के जगह में ऐसा हो गया।
ये तो मेरा यही, जो जिसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया। सबसे ये दुख में हम लोग का दुख का बात है। हम जब लड़की को स्कूल में भेज देता है, स्कूल का गेट के अंदर जब चला जाता है बस हम आ जाते हैं, हम बाइक के बस बिठा के लेके ले जाते, गेट के अंदर छोड़ के वो कहाँ जाते थे, कहाँ क्लास है हम नहीं जानते थे, जानने का ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ता ना, किसी को नहीं ज़रूरत पड़ता है, वैसे ही था। और क्या बोले,
काम का जगह भी वैसे ही मानते?
हम तो ऐसे ही इतना 5 साल कॉलोनी में पढ़ा है, उधर हॉस्टल में रहते थे, इतना हम क्या बोले फिर। अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, अभी तो उसको वो भी नहीं, अपने सिंसियर, अपने जो रास्ते में चलना सीख गया, रास्ते में थोड़ा दिक्कत था इसलिए तो गाड़ी भी खरीद लिया था।
ये सारी सुविधाएं
हम थोड़ा हेल्प किया उसके,
ये सारी सुविधाएं आपने अपनी बेटी को दी, उसके बाद भी ये जो हुआ, ये जो घटना घटी है, उसके बाद ये भी बात हो रहा है कि जिन्हें अभी आरोपी माना गया है सिर्फ वे नहीं है। इस पे आपके क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है?
हम लोग पहले से ही, और जो आदमी फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन डॉक्टर, जितना डॉक्टर होता है एमबीबीएस के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो सब बोला है। एक आदमी के जो गलत काम हुआ है एक आदमी नहीं, संभव नहीं है।
जब आपने अपनी बेटी को देखा या आप मिले, आप कब मिले, कितने समय बाद देखा आपने?
हमको फ़ोन आया 11 बजे, उधर पहुंचा 12 बजे, हमको 3-3:30 बजे उसको 3:30 बजे उसको देखने का मिला है। उस टाइम में हमका दिल में क्या चल रहा है तो हम ही जानते हैं ना, लेकिन वो लोग बोलते हैं तदंत चल रहा है, इसलिए।
किस अवस्था में आपको मिली? किस अवस्था में आप?
वो तो कपड़ा शरीर में नहीं है, एक चादर से मुड़ा हुआ था, और हाँ दोनों पैर दो तरफ था, हाथ भी एक हाथ में इधर ऐसे मिला है।
अभी आपकी मुख्यमंत्री ने भी आपसे मुलाकात की, वो मिल के आके उन्होंने क्या बोला?
उनका ऊपर मैंने तो पहले पूरा भरोसा रखा था, लेकिन जब देखा गलत काम हो रहा है, ठीक से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उस टाइम में तो हम सीबीआई में चला गया। अभी देखिए ना क्या कर रहा है, जो जनरल पब्लिक उन्होंने पोजीशन निकल रहा है, विचार चाहिए बोल के, लेकिन जो आदमी और भी आदमी जनरल पब्लिक जो बोलता है विचार चाहिए, उसको बंद करने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये क्या है?
এবং উনি কালকে 2-3 বার বলে হচ্ছে নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই, নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই।
तो आप मुख्यमंत्री से भी क्या उम्मीदें रख रही हैं?
हम उसको बोलेंगे आप कोशिश कीजिए, हमारा लड़की का साथ जो गलत काम हुआ है उसे जल्द से जल्दी विचार मिलेगा।
So the parents of the victim in the RG Medical Hospital raising some very pertinent questions on the investigation, saying that they had to wait for at least 3 hours before they saw their daughter's body. They have questioned the possibility of at least more than 1 or 2 people in the crime, something that the CBI is also investigating. That was a chat with the victim's parents by my colleague Tanushka. Moving on, in yet another case of physical assault on doctors, medical professionals, a female doctor, this time in Mumbai's Sion Hospital, was physically assaulted early today morning. The female doctor was attacked by attendants who came in with a patient. This incident comes days after the horrific murder and rape of a trainee doctor in Kolkata state-owned RG Medical Hospital. In fact, Mumbai police has now registered a case against 2 persons for misbehavior and assault with the female doctor. BMC's Medical Association of Resident Doctors has condemned the attack on the doctor in the Sion Hospital, and they have demanded immediate deployment of additional security personnel in all wards across BMC hospitals. Officials have in fact also, they've also given out a statement regarding this incident. Let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who's been tracking this case. Anuj, it's quite unfortunate that, something like this is happening even as doctors across the country are protesting, demanding a central law that will safeguard their rights and will also ensure their protection. This is something that IMA and Pharma have been demanding, and this incident is just an example of how doctors are not really safe in this country. Tell us what really happened today and how is the state government administration looking at this?
Exactly. You look at it, this is the most pertinent question related to the case, right? When since last 6 or 7 days, we are seeing that doctors across the country, but specifically across the city of Mumbai and all across Maharashtra as well. Now we look at cities like Pune, Nagpur, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, etc. are coming down, and amongst the many different demands that they have, one of the primary demands is for the implementation and the introduction of the Central Protection Act for the doctors. And today, as you rightly said, the attack happened at around 3:45 a.m. And the statement put forth by the BMC unit of Maharashtra Association of Residential Doctors, which is also called as MAD, basically lists down the entire chronology of the event. It states that along with the patient, there were 5 other people, which included men and women, and there was a cut on the patient's body. So when this particular female doctor tried to look at the cut, found that there was a cloth attached to it, and while telling the patient to remove the cloth, she had to tell him to lie down, which usually results in some sort of pain, according to the MARD doctors. And while doing that, he, of course, felt the pain and kind of gave he shouted a little bit, which resulted in the patient's acquaintances or the people who were there present with him attacking the doctor in a physical way. They took the same cloth and tried to put it to the woman doctor's mouth. And that also resulted in some sort of physical back and fro, which caused some sort of injuries to the female doctor. But besides that, what is the more important point is that Sion Hospital has been at the forefront of these protests. You look at the MARD president from the Sion Hospital, Akshay Mori, he's been in our touch since day one, and they have been leading the protest since day one. And this event happening at that very hospital is indeed very interesting, and that is why the authorities have sort of pulled up their socks, and that will now result into even more massive protests taking place tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Absolutely. Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with those details. Even as we talk of crimes against women, as per Bengaluru police today, a woman was allegedly sexually assaulted in the early hours by an unknown biker. According to Additional Commissioner of Police East Zone, Raman Guptas, he said that the woman, who was a final year degree student in a city college, was returning home to Hebagodi after a get-together. He further said that a man from whom she had taken a lift made a criminal assault and attempted to rape her. We have registered a case, a rape case, and we have started an investigation. This is what police officials have said.
Today early morning, around between 1 to 1:30, one rape incident has been reported in HSR police station limits, and where one major girl who tried to take a lift on a two-wheeler at around 1 o'clock in the night, and that person, instead of going to the designated place, he took her to some isolated place and tried to rape her. And in this regard, we have registered one rape case. Further investigation is taken up, and she is being admitted to one private hospital where she is undergoing treatment. Her condition is stable, and further investigation is doing.
Moving on to political stories today, amidst speculations over former Chief Minister of Jharkhand, Champai Soren's next political move, the ex-Jharkhand Chief Minister has broken silence on X. He has said that he was insulted multiple times in the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, and he has also said that circumstances created for him are not viable for him to stay in the party. Remember, there is a lot of buzz about Champai Soren, who is in Delhi. He is one of the oldest MLAs of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, somebody who was given responsibility of running the government when Hemant Soren was appointed. The Chief Minister was arrested in a mining case. Of course, he was reinstated as the Chief Minister, and according to Champai Soren's circle confidants, Mr. Champai Soren was unceremoniously dropped. Mr. Champai Soren's post also says that he was humiliated in Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and that all options are open for him. This is a long post on social media that he has written, and he said, and I quote, "I had three options. First, to retire from politics, second, to form my own organization, and third, if I can find a companion on this path, then to continue the journey with him." Remember, Champai Soren arrived in Delhi today morning, and he clearly denied any allegations of joining the BJP. But of course, BJP sources have said that he has been in touch with him, with them. And in fact, the BJP central leadership will take a call if they really want to take in Champai Soren or not.
Very interestingly, that he has been in denial since morning, and he had talked to media not only in Delhi when he arrived there, but also at Ranchi, and both of the places he completely ruled this out. And now, a few hours later, you see it on his X handle that he's leaving GMA. Remember, Champai Soren is a very senior GMM leader. He happens to be a very close friend of Shibu Soren, and that's the reason why he was trusted in the first place by Hemant Soren when he was sent behind bars in the land case, and Champai Soren was the guy who was actually chosen to be in his place on that particular chair. But the moment he walked free of the jail, Hemant Soren, we are told, did not even consult Champai Soren. Party sources are confirming to us that he would be going in the BJP fold, and BJP in cash as to build a hype. I can't remember his old-bound state, and the polls would be happening there anytime within 2 to 5 months. So it would be seen as a big jolt.
Moving on, Air India has started moving out its employees from a hotel in London after an intruder entered the room of a cabin crew member and assaulted her. Though the injuries, we are given to understand, are not grievous, the motive of the attack also is under investigation by the police. That is not presently known with sources. However, sources have indicated to NDTV that the attacker has been arrested. In a revised statement, the airline has said, and I quote, "After assault, Air India has shifted crew members. We constantly review travel and safe arrangements made at reputed international hotel chains based on the feedback of our employees and internal review to ensure the safety and comfort of employees. In this particular instance, we have taken immediate measures and decided to move our colleagues to another hotel." My colleague Vishnu Shom has more details on this.
This is a cabin crew member of Air India. As I understand it, a very young cabin crew member. There was an intruder in her hotel room. This is an extremely reputed international hotel chain. This intruder sort of intruded into her room, assaulted her quite violently. She was taken to a hospital and her injuries were treated. In speaking to sources in the airline, I can tell you that the injuries themselves were not serious. And the cabin crew member was brought back to India. At this stage, she has been traumatized. And she's also been traumatized by the fact that details of this have come out in the media, and she seeks her privacy at this stage, and that's something which we respect, which is why we are not in NDTV, going ahead with trying to sort of get her reaction or speak to her or anything of that sort. The top management of the airline is in touch with this particular crew member. The victim of this assault is going through a process of counseling as well. What is important to remember here is that the motive of this attack is not known. Whether there was an intention for sexual assault or theft is not known. The London police is investigating this, and as I understand it, one arrest has taken place.
Meanwhile, a US court has ruled that Pakistani-backed terror mastermind Tahawur Hussain Rana, wanted in India for his role in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that killed over 160 persons, can be sent to India under the Indo-US Extradition Treaty. In fact, he is in LA. He's in a jail. He's in a prison there over charges linked to the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Rana is associated with Pakistani American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Headley, one of the main conspirators for this attack. He is also accused of having links with Pakistan's ISI.
Tahawur Rana, one of the masterminds in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks, might in all possibility be brought back to India given what is happening in the courts in the United States of America. Now 26/11 is an important date for a lot of Mumbaikars, which shattered the lives of many of them. This includes people who work to earn their penny every single day, to even people who served as guests in the Taj Hotel back then. This gentleman here, who is making these sumptuous, delicious-looking omelette pav in Prabhadevi, right next to Kamla Mills here, was one of the gentlemen who was involved in this particular incident. He saw the incident very closely, and I will try to talk to him to understand how was it for him on 26/11. सर, सबसे पहले मुझे आपका नाम बताइए।
मेरा नाम सदाशिव चंद्रकांत कोलके है। मैं 2008-26-11 में प्रॉपर्टी मार्केट में एक होटल में जॉब करते थे। मेरा दोस्त चेन्नई जा रहा था, उनको मैं गाड़ी में बिठाने के लिए गया था। तो हम लोग 13 नंबर प्लेटफॉर्म के सामने, तो मेरा दोस्त बैठा था, मैं खड़ा था, तो अचानक सामने से फायरिंग चालू हो गया। मतलब जब भी आवाज़ आ रहा था, 2-3 बार आवाज़ आया, तीसरी बार मेरे को लग गया। तो पब्लिक को मालूम नहीं था कि ये क्या हो रहा है। तो अचानक सब पब्लिक भागने लगा, तो मेरे को भी लगने के बाद मैं भागने की कोशिश किया, लेकिन भाग नहीं सका। फिर मेरे को पब्लिक ने हॉस्पिटल लेके गया।
आपको कहाँ गोली लगी थी?
मेरे को यहाँ पे ऐसा घिस के गया था, यहाँ पे। ये देखो, इधर निशाना है।
आप बताइए कि उस रात को आप बहुत डरे हुए होंगे।
बहुत डरे हुए थे। अभी भी ज़्यादा जाएगा वहाँ तो अभी भी डर लगता है। हाँ, तो हम गाँव जाते समय वहाँ से जाते तो सब याद आते, इधर ऐसा ऐसा हो गया था करके। मेरे सामने बहुत आदमी का मौत हो गया है उसी में, बहुत आदमी का। बहुत भयानक था वो।
आपको अभी भी याद है वो पूरी रात कैसे?
हाँ, बहुत भयानक रात थी। ऐसा कभी दोबारा नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा लगता है। बहुत लोगों का जान गया, छोटा बच्चा लोग का जान गया।
Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces a big challenge as the Governor Thawar Chand Gehlot has sanctioned his prosecution over alleged irregularities in the site allotted by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority called Muda. In fact, the BJP, which is the opposition party there, has been campaigning against the Chief Minister and his government over this land scam or alleged land scam, demanding his resignation. Siddaramaiah, of course, has denied all charges against him and his wife BM Parvati. The alleged scam involves Mysuru Urban Development Authority. In fact, it's a questionable land exchange where valuable urban land in Karnataka near Mysuru was traded for less valuable rural plots. Now, the BJP has said that it will launch nationwide protest if the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah does not resign by today. So what is the fallout of this controversy going to be? Does this weaken Siddaramaiah? Remember, till now, this is a man who has never faced charges to do with personal corruption. Or will this make the Congress unit in Karnataka rally around him? Will the BJP in Karnataka that performed dismally in 2023 assembly polls, mainly on account of its own alleged corruption, manage to convince voters that it is the Congress party that's actually corrupt? So that's the question we ask tonight. Joining me, of course, is Madhu Rao from the BJP. We have Lavanya Balal from the Congress party. Thank you so much for joining me on this show. Lavanya, to you first. The Muda controversy, how is it going to break Siddaramaiah? Will he brazen it out? That's something we want to know. But also tell us how confident is the party that he is going to survive this? Because clearly there are no signatures, but the narrative that something really wrong happened seems to have really caught on.
Good evening, Vasudha. First of all, no, if you ask a common man on the streets, everybody's seeing through this baseless allegations leveled against Siddaramaiah by the BJP. If you also look at the governor's 7-page notice that has been sent to the CM's office, it is allegation after allegation after allegation. And if you look at the sections that he has invoked, he's invoked 17A. 17A gives the policeman an authority to do the investigation and not the governor. But without invoking 19A, 17A doesn't hold good. Now, also, if you look at it, he's also invoked section 218 of BNSS 2023, which authorizes any court to directly take a cognizance. So, entire notice that has been sent is also extremely confusing. The BJP often gives the example of how Yediyurappa had to resign when there was a notice and all of that stuff. But at that point of time, the Lokayukta had already proved that Mr. Yediyurappa had committed the action of corruption. But here that is not the case. There has been no investigative body which has found out there has been a corruption. The land was not allotted by the CM. The land, he has not given funds, taken funds, or he has not issued an order. All of this happened when the BJP was in governance. At this point of time, I also heard you saying, will the Congress rally around him? Of course, the Congress is rallying around him. Contrary to what the BJP has been telling, if you look at the last 15 months, both the CM and Deputy CM are in sync with their decisions, and they have been together, and they have been administrating the state beautifully and very efficiently. So yes, the Congress is very clear that in the law of court, we all are aware that this case will not hold any water, and we will win the case. And Siddaramaiah will remain untarnished. His image will remain untarnished.
Okay.
The BJP's goal of bringing down the government by tarnishing his image will fail.
Madhurao, you heard what Lavanya had to say. There's also this thing that there are beneficiaries from across the parties. There are also mutts belonging to Vakaligas, Lingayats who have gotten this. So clearly, and corruption is something that seems to be so normal in Karnataka. How confident is the party that this time you're going to prove that it's the Congress that's going to be more corrupt than us?
Well, good evening. Well, I can only say the entire Congress party is as confused as Rahul Gandhi. Now, let me tell some facts. There was a requisition which was given by the three complainants seeking for a sanction. Now, of all going through all the documents, in a 7-page report which was being sanctioned, which has been ordered by the governor, has ordered for a investigation under section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act. This is because there was an amendment in 2018. Be it as it may, there has been a prima facie finding by the governor saying that there is a serious allegation against you, Mr. Siddaramaiah, for having usurped the property in your wife's name, being the beneficiaries. Now, this being the case, I want to only ask Mr. Siddaramaiah, you have to answer certain questions on facts. Politics, I'll come just in 30 seconds. How are the lands being denotified in the name of a dead person, by the way, in 1998? When was the gift made when was the sale deed made to Mallikarjun Swamy in 2004 when he was the Deputy CM? Denotification were made when he was the Deputy CM. In 2010, it was gifted to his wife, that is from brother-in-law to his wife, in 2010 when he was the LOP. The question is simple. He has misused the office of a chief minister. He is on breach of office of oath what he had taken. This is a serious allegation. Therefore, it became pertinent to the governor to accord sanction for investigation. We in BJP have been requesting everyone, rather to say even the governor, that you should give sanction. Now, what is wrong in that? And of all, look at the audacity of the Congress party.
But Mr. Rao, there is also this claim, and there's also this that all the deals were also approved in meetings that were attended by Mysuru MLAs, and which include people from your party.
May I clarify those?
Yes,
Let the Congress party come on record as to when those meetings have happened. I have the details of all the meetings.
Okay.
Meetings took place where none other than Yatindra had sat in that meeting on 2011-2020, when he was in the meeting, the decision has been taken. And you call this be a fair thing? No.
Okay. This is a very important observation.
One more point I want to make.
Yes, sir. Please go on.
One more point I want to make. The Congress party has the audacity to pass a cabinet resolution dated 1/8/2024 and tell the Governor, look here, the cabinet is behind Mr. Siddaramaiah, and you have to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. Is Mr. Siddaramaiah and the cabinet not aware of the 2004 judgment, which is five constitutional
Let me ask this question
How is
to
it possible
Lavanya.
for these people to come intervene like
Lavanya,
this? I mean, this
apart
is really
from answering what Mr. Madhura was also saying, there's an important thing, despite multiple letters from the Mysuru Deputy Commissioner throughout the tenure of the BJP and Congress, the Congress government, there are many people who have called out this 50-50 alternative land compensation scheme, which they said that, it could be used, it could be misused, and there is a certain illegal aspect to it. The Congress government scrapped the scheme only in October 2023. Do you think that the Congress government could have been more careful on that front? Because, the government did not even move, in a retrospective fashion, considering there were around 1,000 or 1,300 allotments made under the scheme.
3,000.
Yes.
Yeah, Vasudha, 3,000 allotments, not 1,000 or 3,000 allotments. And in the meeting that he's talking about, the Muda meeting, Sara Mahesh, GT Devegowda and 16 other people other than Mr. Yatindra were part of the meeting.
None from
the
BJP.
Muda meeting,
None from BJP.
The Muda meetings, please, do not interrupt while I'm speaking. So the Muda decisions are not taken unilaterally by one person. The 50-50 scheme that we scraped in 2023 was just 4 months after we formed the government. We had to undo a lot of things that the BJP has done. The cleaning up after the BJP itself is a challenge in Karnataka. Now he's talking about 3 complainants. He seems to forget also. He keeps claiming it is the audacity of the CM. It is not the audacity. It is the constitutional procedure when the Council of Ministers can advise the governor as to what to do. Right? That is what they have done. When he talks about 3 complainants, let us be very clear. When there is a judiciary probe going on, constitutionally, it is not allowed for an individual to approach the governor and give a complaint. That action itself is unconstitutional. Based on that unconstitutional action, the governor is taking actions.
Okay, let me ask this question to Sandeep Shastri. Professor Sandeep Shastri also joins us. He's a political analyst and also coordinator of the Lok Niti network. Professor Shastri, thank you so much for speaking to us. How do you see this, impacting the personal image and reputation of Siddaramaiah, whom we've all seen as somebody who's incorruptible, somebody who's so core to the Congress party under Rahul Gandhi's, emphasis on social justice. He was seen as, in Karnataka Congress in some ways is also seen as the future of the Congress in the country, because, that was the state that gave a lot of hope to the party. But do you think that that reputation is going to go down now?
Vasudha, 2-3 points quickly on this based on the discussion we have had. And first to the question you have asked. Beyond a shadow of doubt, the developments of the last month or so has placed the Chief Minister on the back foot. He had a reputation of being a very clean politician throughout his political career. And an opportunity has been found by the opposition to be able to place charges of corruption at his doorstep. I'm not looking at all for a moment at the validity or otherwise of these. I would look at it from another perspective. So first point, clearly it has created a challenge for the image that Mr. Siddaramaiah as a leader has had. Secondly, Vasudha, I'll also point out to the point that given the intensity of polarization that we have seen in Karnataka, as I've often said, it's like a fight between your corruption and what you allege is our corruption. You see, the charge of corruption is on both sides at different points of time.
Right.
Let's remember a few years earlier when a similar thing happened against a chief minister belonging to the BJP. At that point of time, Mr. Siddaramaiah had demanded the prosecution of the chief minister.
Professor Shastri, also, an important question. I know Lavanya has touched upon this. How do you see the Congress party backing him? Because at some point he did seem isolated, but now these press conferences by DK Shivakumar also give out a different impression. He himself has said that he's not going to budge, he's not going to bow down. When I speak to BJP sources, they also say that it's not going to be so easy to take him out because, there's a certain caste matrix, there's a certain, importance of Siddaramaiah in Karnataka politics. Do you see the Congress party backing him completely? Professor Shastri.
I think at the current moment, there is no question of doubt of backing Mr. Siddaramaiah for multiple reasons. Any action at this point of time will be seen as the stand of the opposition being vindicated. Number two, as you very rightly put it, Mr. Siddaramaiah represents an important social coalition which is critical for the BJP. And any action at this stage would upset that social coalition very significantly. And it's not just about Karnataka, I think it's about the national narrative that the Congress is building up.
Right.
And any attempt at this stage to replace the leadership or not show the type of unity they have demonstrated in the last few days would very much adversely impact the interests of the party, and not just the party in Karnataka, but then the national footprint that the party is trying to develop. So that explains the reason why the leader has received the backing of the central leadership and also of all the factions within the party at the state.
Right. Thank you, Professor Shastri. Thank you, Lavanya. Thank you, Madhurao, for joining us. I'm completely out of time. Thank you for your insights. Will the Muda controversy break Siddaramaiah, or will he brazen it out? That remains to be seen, even as there's an aggressive BJP in the state. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello, good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi. Let's quickly take you to the headlines we're tracking at 8 p.m. Massive protests over Kolkata doctors' rape and murder continue. Kolkata-based rival football club team fans hit street protests amid no stir. Order outside Kolkata Stadium as well. In Delhi, solidarity protests continue. Supreme Court takes suo motu cognizance of Kolkata rape and murder case. Bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud to hear the matter on Tuesday.
के पास हम लड़की को भेजा है, उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया.
Kolkata rape and murders victims' parents speak to NDTV. Parents demand death sentence for their daughters accused. After assault on cabin crew member, Air India decides to shift employees to different London hotel. Air India issues fresh statement, no compromise on safety till staff is relocated to another hotel. Buzz over former Jharkhand Chief Minister Champai Soren joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. Former Jharkhand Chief Minister breaks silence, says I was humiliated in JMM. All three options open for me. Protests continue over Kolkata rape and murder case. High drama was witnessed at the Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata. In a rare sight, fans of rival sports clubs, the football teams East Bengal and Mohun Bagan, held a joint protest seeking justice for the victim doctor in the rape and murder case at the city's Arji Kar Medical College and Hospital. Doctors continue to hold their protests. In fact, solidarity protests in the national capital as well, where doctors held an awareness march from Rajiv Chowk for the rape and murder victim. Now, Supreme Court, meanwhile, has also taken cognizance of the rape and murder. A bench led by Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud is likely to hear the matter on Tuesday. Meanwhile, the CBI team questioned the principal of Kolkata's Arji Kar Medical College and Hospital for the third consecutive day. Kolkata police has also issued summons to former BJP MP Lockett Chatterjee and two renowned doctors for allegedly spreading rumors related to the murder case.
As you can see behind me, we're outside Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata, wherein the fans of East Bengal and Mohun Bagan, the two teams, football teams in Kolkata, are present here for demanding for justice and protesting against the gruesome rape and murder of this young trainee doctor at RG Kar Medical Hospital. There is immense security forces present here. There is rapid action forces present here. Kolkata police present here. The fans of this these football teams are right now being detained by Kolkata police in this football match in the Durand Cup between two of the fiercest Kolkata rivals was cancelled in the backdrop of this protest over the doctor's gruesome rape and murder at the hospital. And this galvanizes a fresh political controversy between, these deeply polarized supporters in what could be termed a rare unity between the fans of these two football teams. These two football teams have known to never meet eye to eye. However, today they come together for a cause, and the cause is that of women's safety in West Bengal and across the country as well. East Bengal and Mohun Bagan are two of India's oldest football clubs, and they were set to renew their rivalry today at Salt Lake Stadium. As you can see, the police and the RAF forces, the Rapid Action Forces, are seen chasing the protesters who are the fans of these football clubs in Kolkata. The protest had raised major security concerns, because of which the Durand Cup match between Mohun Bagan and East Bengal were cancelled.
एक भारतीय नारी के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ है। इस अत्याचार जो कोई वर्ड नहीं है इस अत्याचार को एक्सप्लेन कर सके, और हम लोग यहाँ पर एकदम शांतिपूर्ण प्रतिवाद कर रहे थे, और ये पुलिस लोग इन जैसे एजुकेटेड जो अच्छे लोग हैं, आदमी जो इस समाज का इंटेलेक्चुअल पर्सन है, उनके ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया। बिना कोई कारण नहीं है, बिना कारण का लाठीचार्ज किया। बहुत महिला के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया।
ये लड़ाई सिर्फ ईस्ट बंगाल मोहन बागान की नहीं है, ये पूरा भारतीय का लड़ाई है। ये आपका एक लड़की के ऊपर अत्याचार हुआ। हम लोग का जो फेमस डर्बी है, जो इतना सालों से मोहन बागान ईस्ट बंगाल का पूरा दर्शक यहाँ पे आके जमा होता है, खेला एंजॉय करता है, वो रातों रात बंद कर दिया। ऊपर से हम लोग के ऊपर जो भी आ रहा था यहाँ पे सबका ऊपर लाठीचार्ज किया, सबको गाली दिया। ठीक है, किसी का फ्लैग के ऊपर से पाँव ओढ़ के चला गया, वो किसी को अरेस्ट किया, किसी को ऊपर किसी को फोन करके धमकी दिया कि ये मिचिल वगैरह मत कीजिएगा, ये आपका जमायत मत कीजिएगा, ये सब किया है कोलकाता पुलिस, विधाननगर पुलिस सब मिलके।
Meanwhile, the parents of the victim of the Kolkata rape and murder case spoke to NDTV and expressed their hope that the perpetrator would soon be given the harshest punishment.
मेरे संग अभी डिसीज़ के फैमिली है, डिसीज़ के पिताजी मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी। शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। आप हमें ये बताएं कि मतलब सीबीआई अब तक 7 दिन हो गए हैं, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी जारी है और जो फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल हैं अस्पताल के उन्हें बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग में भी लाया जा रहा है। ये सब से आपका क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है अभी सिचुएशन का?
हम लोग तो दिखता है कि वो तो सीबीआई कोशिश कर रहा है, कलकत्ता पुलिस जैसा कोशिश नहीं किया था, ये तो कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो कोशिश पूरा ना जानने से बगैर कैसे किसको ये जो दुष्कर्म जिसने किया है कैसे निकलेगा, ये हाल निकलने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये कोई बारे में हमका कोई बात नहीं है।
इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर और जिस हिसाब से सब कुछ हुआ, जो सब बाहर आ रहा है, आपको कोई भी फाउल प्ले लग रहा है?
इसके बारे में क्या बोले, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते।
आपकी बेटी आपने कहा कि एक डायरी मेंटेन करती थी, तो उस डायरी
का एक छेड़ा हुआ पेज का छवि मेरे पास है।
तो वो छवि में ऐसा क्या है और वो डायरी जनरली क्या मेंटेन करती है?
सीबीआई के साथ बात हुआ, उसको बताने के लिए माना किया है।
जी। तो वो डायरी अभी भी है आपके पास?
नहीं, हमका पास नहीं है। वो तो कॉलेज में ही था, उसका बैग में ही रहते थे। हम लोग उसका कभी कभी देखने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका हमने ले लेते थे, छीन के ले लेते थे।
तो आपकी बेटी जो है,
अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, हम उसका पर्सनल डायरी किस लिए देखें। लेकिन जो हम लोग से बात 1 घंटा आध घंटा जो बात होता था रात में, वो उसका जो दिक्कत होता है बोलता था।
दिक्कत जैसे कि
जो पेशेंट के लिए जो बापी ऐसा पेशेंट आज था, आज हम एकदम नींद नहीं गया, पूरा खाना नहीं मिला, सारा दिन में खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला, ये सब बोलते थे।
और अस्पताल में वैसे उनकी पढ़ाई को लेकर के भी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स या फिर उनकी थीसिस वगैरह जो लिख रही थी या गोल्ड मेडल की जो प्रेपरेशन कर रही थी, इन जनरल अस्पताल में सेफ्टी एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था, इसके बारे में उन्होंने कभी कुछ बोला?
देखिए, आपको जब आपका पिता माता जो काम में भेजा, आप पिता माता तो आपका भी है, काम में जाता है, जब रास्ते में रहता है उसका दिक्कत रहता है, जब काम में ऑफिस में घुस जाता है तब आपको उसको दिक्कत बहुत कम हो जाता है। हम की एक पिता होने के नाते ये तो जानता है, आपका पिता भी जानता है। और जो बात होता था फ़ोन में माँ के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, हम तो काम में रहते हैं सारे दिन में, हमारा साथ बात बहुत कम होता है।
पर वही कि काम के जगह में ऐसा हो गया।
ये तो मेरा यही जो जिसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया। सबसे ये दुख में हम लोग का दुख का बात है। हम जब लड़की को स्कूल में भेज देता है, स्कूल का गेट के अंदर जब चला जाता है बस हम आ जाते हैं, हम बाइक के बस बिठा के ले जाते, गेट के अंदर छोड़ के वो कहाँ जाते थे, कहाँ क्लास है हम नहीं जानते थे, जानने का जरूरत नहीं पड़ता ना, किसी को नहीं जरूरत पड़ता है, वैसे ही था। और क्या बोले,
काम का जगह भी वैसे ही मानते।
हम तो वैसे ही इतना 5 साल कॉलोनी में पढ़ा है, उधर हॉस्टल में रहते थे, इतना हम क्या बोले फिर। अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, अभी तो उसको वो भी आपने सिंसियर, आपने जो रास्ते में चलना सीख गया, रास्ते में थोड़ा दिक्कत था इसलिए तो गाड़ी भी खरीद लिया था।
ये सारी सुविधाएं
हम थोड़ा हेल्प किया उसके,
ये सारी सुविधाएं आपने अपनी बेटी को दी, उसके बाद भी ये जो हुआ, ये जो घटना घटी है, उसके बाद ये भी बात हो रहा है कि जिन्हें अभी आरोपी माना गया है सिर्फ वे नहीं है। इस पे आपके क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है?
हम लोग पहले से ही, और जो आदमी फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन डॉक्टर, जितना डॉक्टर होता है एमबीबीएस के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो सब बोला है। एक आदमी के जो गलत काम हुआ है, एक आदमी नहीं, संभव नहीं है।
जब आपने अपनी बेटी को देखा या आप मिले, आप कब मिले, कितने समय बाद देखा आपने?
हमको फ़ोन आया 11 बजे, उधर पहुंचा 12 बजे, हमको 3 साढ़े 3 बजे उसको 3:30 बजे उसको देखने का मिला है। उस टाइम में हमका दिल में क्या चल रहा है तो हम ही जानते हैं ना, लेकिन वो लोग बोलते हैं तदंत चल रहा है, इसलिए।
किस अवस्था में आपको मिली? किस अवस्था में आपको?
वो तो कपड़ा शरीर में नहीं है, एक चादर से मुड़ा हुआ था, और हाँ दोनों पैर दो तरफ था, हाथ भी एक हाथ में इधर ऐसे मिला है।
अभी आपकी मुख्यमंत्री ने भी आपसे मुलाकात की, वो मिल के आके उन्होंने क्या बोला?
उनका ऊपर मैंने तो पहले पूरा भरोसा रखा था, लेकिन जब देखा गलत काम हो रहा है, ठीक से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उस टाइम में तो हम सीबीआई में चला गया। अभी देखिए ना क्या कर रहा है, जो जनरल पब्लिक उन्होंने पोजीशन निकल रहा है विचार चाहिए बोल के, लेकिन जो आदमी और भी आदमी जनरल पब्लिक जो बोलता है विचार चाहिए उसको बंद करने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये क्या है?
এবং উনি কালকে দুবার তিনবার বলেও যে নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই, নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই।
तो आप मुख्यमंत्री से भी क्या उम्मीदें रख रही हैं?
हम उसको बोलेंगे आप कोशिश कीजिए हमारा लड़की का साथ जो गलत काम हुआ है उसे जल्द से जल्दी विचार मिले।
Well, heart-wrenching for any, in fact, parents to talk about what has happened to their daughter in this fashion, but the family expecting strict action and also demanding death penalty for the accused. Well, in yet another case of physical assault, ladies and gentlemen, a female doctor in Mumbai Sion Hospital was assaulted early in the morning. And this is at a time when we have not come to the terms with what has happened in Kolkata. A doctor who was raped and murdered. The female doctor was attacked by attendants who had come with the patient. The incident comes days after this horrific rape and murder of a trainee doctor in Kolkata. The Mumbai police has now registered a case against two for misbehavior and assault. BMC MARD has condemned the attack on the female doctor at Sion Hospital. They have demanded the immediate deployment of additional security forces in all wards across the BMC hospitals. Meanwhile, the official's statement by the BMC has said that the female doctor has said that we regret to report unfortunate incident occurred at the LTMGH on August 18, 2024 at 3:45 a.m. involving a female resident doctor. Patients accompanied with 5 relatives. The resident doctor requested only 2 relatives to stay inside the ward, but the others did not comply. During the examination, the doctor noticed the wound was covered with gauze and instructed the patient to lie down for a careful removal of the dressing. This procedure caused patient some pain, which is normal in a case of wound leading to verbal abuse from the patient and the female relative. In a distressing turn, one female relative forcefully applied the soaked gauze to the resident doctor's face twice, physically assaulting the doctor, resulting in abrasion on her right hand. An institutional FIR has been launched. Let me go across to my colleague Anuj, who is joining us with more details. Anuj, now this once again, only amplifies the unsafe conditions that the doctors in this country are in fact going through.
It indeed does, Ankit. And if you look at it, the protests here in Maharashtra have, of course, primarily been just like other protests across the country about for seeking a quick and transparent justice for the for the deceased in the Kolkata case. But then that was just one of the demands. Because if you look at it, there have been several other demands as well. And these other demands, like be it the proper surveillance system, be it the increased number of personnel and better equipment, this is something that the doctors have time and again been protesting for, especially here. Because even before the case that unfolded in Kolkata, we saw instances like these attacks on doctors happening in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, in Jalgaon, in Dhule, in Pune, and of course several times in Mumbai as well. And that was also one of the major demands. The Central Protection Act necessarily was one of the major demands of the doctors and the medical students here from Maharashtra. And then they tried to mainstream, streamline it through the demand, through the protest regarding the Kolkata case as well. And what has happened at the Sion Hospital today in the morning will only strengthen the protest, because what we see in the last 5 days is that, of course, it's been 6 or 7 days since the protest has started. For a majority of the time, we saw that it was, of course, the protest was being talked about by everyone, but it was only the doctors who were primarily getting on the streets. But today we saw at Shivaji Park that, the normal residents are also getting down to ask for justice. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., there's going to be a very strong show of protest with not just doctors or MARD residential doctors, but also residents and the normal citizens of the country, residents of Mumbai city coming down, on the street to demand for protest. Okay. So this timing is very interesting, because when the protests seem to be spiraling into becoming even a larger movement, such an incident might trigger it even more further, creating even more pressure on the state government and on the central government to push for something as important as the Central Protection Act for the doctors.
Thank you, Anuj, for joining us with all those details. Moving on to some political news now, amid speculation over Champai Soren's political move. Jharkhand Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister Champai Soren, has broken his silence, and in a long post on X, he has said, "I was humiliated in Jharkhand Mukti Morcha and all options are open for me." Now, there is buzz that Champai Soren is likely to join the BJP. He is in the national capital. He has spoken about how he was insulted multiple times and said, "Circumstances created for me not to stay in the party. I was humiliated in the JMM." Soren also said, "All options are open for me. The first option is to retire from politics. Second is to form my own party. And third, if I find companion, continue journey with him." So also hinting at possibly going to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this is very, very important development as far as Jharkhand is concerned. Remember, it's the state which is also going to go to polls and has seen a lot of political turmoil. When Hemant Soren, the chief minister on whose name the mandate, in fact, was won by the JMM, was arrested. And then, of course, when he was arrested, Champai Soren was made the chief minister. As soon as Hemant Soren got the bail, he came back and became the chief minister again. Let me go across to my colleague Prabhakar, who is joining us with more details at this moment. Prabhakar, amid this speculation, Champai Soren himself putting out 3 options. Just evaluate these options for our viewers, and which one do you think weighs in more than the other 2?
See, from what we are learning from our JMM sources, the Champai Soren is likely to join the BJP, and he has already been in touch with the 2 senior BJP leaders who have been made election in charge of Jharkhand, Hemant Biswa Sharma, who happens to be the Assam Chief Minister, and also Shivraj Singh Chauhan. They are very senior leaders out there, and they are handling the Jharkhand affair as far as BJP is concerned. So it is not a knee-jerk reaction of Champai Soren. He has been in touch with them, and what we are learning from ground is that he would soon be joining in BJP as one of their tribal faces. Remember, the Jharkhand is a tribal state, and the politics over here revolves around the tribal politics. So talking about JMM, they also talk about the tribal welfare. And as far as the BJP is concerned, they have strong tribal forces. So you have Babulal Marandi, who happens to be a former chief minister, who's presently running the party issue as far as Jharkhand is concerned, and also Arjun Munda, who's not only a former chief minister, but also a former union minister. Now, what role will Champai Soren get in BJP is something that is being worked out. We are told that has been already discussed, whether he will be the face on which the BJP will contest the upcoming polls, which would happen at any time around 5 to 6 months down the line. I don't think so that is happening. So he would be treated with respect. He would be there as one of their senior leaders. But what is likely is that he would be joining very soon the BJP fold.
Thank you so much for joining us with all those details, Prabhakar, reporting there on the developments in Jharkhand ahead of the crucial elections that the state is going to see expected in the next couple of months. Meanwhile, Air India has started moving out its personnel from a hotel at Heathrow in London after an intruder entered the room of a cabin crew member and assaulted her. Though the injuries, in fact, we are led to understand are not grievous. The motive of the attack now is under investigation by the police and is not presently known, with the sources indicating to NDTV that the attacker has been arrested. In a revised statement, the airline has said after assault, Air India has shifted their crew members out of that hotel. They have said, and I'm quoting them here, "We constantly review travel and stay arrangements made at reputed international hotel chains based on feedback of our employees and internal review to ensure the safety and comfort of employees. In this particular instance, we have taken immediate measure and decided to move our colleagues to another hotel." What also NDTV knows is that the Air India cabin crew was assaulted in London. The injuries of the crew is not grievous. The cabin crew member has returned to India, and the victim of the assault has sought privacy at this time. The top management of the airline has been in touch with the crew members. The victim has also been provided counseling facilities. Vishnu Shom reports on this.
This is a cabin crew member of Air India. As I understand it, a very young cabin crew member. There was an intruder in her hotel room. This is an extremely reputed international hotel chain. This intruder sort of intruded into her room, assaulted her quite violently. She was taken to hospital and her injuries were treated. In speaking to sources in the airline, I can tell you that the injuries themselves were not serious. And the cabin crew member was brought back to India. At this stage, she has been traumatized. And she's also been traumatized by the fact that details of this have come out in the media. And she seeks her privacy at this stage. And that's something which we respect, which is why we are not in NDTV, going ahead with trying to sort of get her reaction or speak to her or anything of that sort. The top management of the airline is in touch with this particular crew member. The victim of this assault is going through a process of counseling as well. What is important to remember here is that the motive of this attack is not known. Whether there was an intention for sexual assault or theft is not known. The London police is investigating this, and as I understand it, one arrest has taken place.
Meanwhile, Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah faces big challenge as governor has sanctioned his prosecution over alleged irregularities in the site allotment by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority. The BJP has been campaigning against Chief Minister and his government over the alleged land scam and demanding his resignation. Siddaramaiah has denied all charges against him and his wife BM Parvati. So will the Muda controversy break Siddaramaiah, or will he will brazen it out? That remains to be seen now. Time, in fact, at this moment to get you more updates on this. Meanwhile, slamming the centre of a government's move seeking applications for lateral entry into the bureaucracy, Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi has said reservation of SC, ST and OBC categories is being openly snatched away by recruiting through lateral entry on important posts in various ministries of the central government. I have always said the underprivileged are not represented in all the top positions in the country, including the top bureaucracy. Continuing his attack, Rahul Gandhi in fact took on the Prime Minister as well and said instead of improving this, they are being pushed further away from top positions through lateral entry. This is a robbery of the rights of the talented youth preparing for the UPSC and an attack on the concept of social justice, including reservation for the deprived. In a significant development, a US court ruled that Pakistan-backed terror mastermind Tahawoor Hussain Rana, wanted in India for his role in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that killed over 160, can be sent to India under the India-United States Extradition Treaty. Rana is in Los Angeles jail over charges linked to 26/11 Mumbai terror attack. Rana is known to be associated with Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Coleman Headley, one of the main conspirators of the attacks. He is also accused of having links with Pakistan's notorious spy agency, the ISI.
One of the masterminds in the 26/11 Mumbai attacks might in all possibility be brought back to India, given what is happening in the courts in the United States of America. Now, 26/11 is an important date for a lot of Mumbaikars, which shattered the lives of many of them. This includes people who work, to earn their penny every single day, to even people who served as guests in the Taj Hotel back then. This gentleman here, who is making these sumptuous, delicious-looking omelette pav in Prabhadevi, right next to Kamla Mills here, was one of the gentlemen who was involved in this particular incident. He saw the incident very closely. Now we'll try to talk to him to understand how was it for him on 26/11. सर, सबसे पहले मुझे आपका नाम बताइए।
मेरा नाम सदाशिव चंद्रकांत कोलके है। मैं 2008-26-11 में प्रॉपर्टी मार्केट में एक होटल में जॉब करते थे। मेरा दोस्त चेन्नई जा रहा था, उनको मैं गाड़ी में बिठाने के लिए गया था। तो हम लोग 13 नंबर प्लेटफॉर्म के सामने, तो मेरा दोस्त बैठा था, मैं खड़ा था, तो अचानक सामने से फायरिंग चालू हो गया। मतलब जब भी आवाज़ आ रहा था, 2-3 बार आवाज़ आया, तीसरी बार मेरे को लग गया। तो पब्लिक को मालूम नहीं था कि ये क्या हो रहा है। तो अचानक सब पब्लिक भागने लगा, तो मेरे को भी लगने के बाद मैं भागने की कोशिश किया, लेकिन भाग नहीं सका। फिर मेरे को पब्लिक ने हॉस्पिटल लेके गया।
आपको कहाँ गोली लगी थी?
मेरे को यहाँ पे ऐसा घिस के गया था, यहाँ पे। ये देखो, इधर निशाना है।
आप बताइए कि उस रात को आप बहुत डरे हुए होंगे।
बहुत डरे हुए थे। अभी भी ज़्यादा जाएगा वहाँ तो अभी भी डर लगता है। हाँ, तो हम गाँव जाते समय वहाँ से जाते, तो सब याद आते, इधर ऐसा ऐसा हो गया था करके। मेरे सामने बहुत आदमी का मौत हो गया है उसी में, बहुत आदमी का, बहुत भयानक था वो।
आपको अभी भी याद है वो पूरी रात कैसे हुआ?
हाँ, बहुत भयानक रात थी, ऐसा कभी दोबारा नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा लगता है। बहुत लोगों का जान गया, छोटा बच्चा लोग का जान गया।
Meanwhile, a tragic incident, in fact, being reported from Delhi's Doriwala area, where an AC fell on an 18-year-old from the second floor, killing him on the spot. The deceased has been identified as Jitesh. The incident was caught on CCTV camera. Jitesh's friend Pranshu too suffered injuries. Police have registered a case and have started the investigation. Union Minister Rajnath Singh and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin shared the stage today at an event in Chennai to commemorate the birth centenary of Dravidian leader M. Karunanidhi and released a Rs 100 commemorative coin marking the birth centenary.
It is with great honor and deep respect that I stand before you today to celebrate the birth centenary of one of the most revered leaders of our country, Kalainar Karunanidhi. It is just imperative to recognize that his contribution to public good was not limited to Tamil Nadu, but also benefited the entire nation. His vision and actions encapsulated what it means to be Indian.
That's all the time that we have in this edition. News and update will continue on NDTV. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones."
Hello and welcome to the NDTV Auto Show. I'm your host Muda and today I am in Kochi to drive Mahindra Thar Rocks, and I will tell you more about it, but you first see what's on the show today. Review of the much awaited Thar Rocks. Classic Legends brings back BSA motorcycles. Tata Motors Curve.EV review. Walk around of updated Royal Enfield Classic 350. Hello and welcome to NDTV Auto. I am driving the Thar Rocks today, the 5-door version of Thar that was much awaited. But will it have a rocking party at the sales start? Let's find out. Thar Rocks at over 4.4 meters is obviously longer than the 3-door Thar. The wheelbase stands at 2.85 meters, considerably longer than the 3-door Thar. In terms of looks too, a lot has changed. Up front, you get a 6-slabbed grille, and the grille has a small line in the middle which divides it in 2 parts. And when I saw it in pictures, I did not like it much, but in person, I actually have grown to appreciate it. You get C-shaped DRLs flanking the projector LED headlamps in this top variant. The bumper and the fender carry on the looks from the 3-door Thar. It's at the size that you notice the major changes. Let me start with the wheels. Here, in this top variant, you get 19-inch alloys. 255/60 profile tires fill the large wheel arches well. The rear door looks quite small, but opens at 90 degrees, helping in ingress and egress. And there is a footboard too to help you in that. The treatment of the C-pillar has got internet divided. It hasn't grown on us yet, but hopefully it will grow on us over the due course. There are some not so likable bits on the side profile. For example, the treatment of the roof, where there is a notch and it looks a bit odd, and also odd is the placement of the rear door handle which sits on the C-pillar. There aren't that many changes at the rear in terms of looks. There is a small treatment change of the tail lamp. You still get spare wheel mounted at the tailgate, but the big change is that you get a decent amount of boot space. At 447 litres, it's enough to carry your family's weekend getaways luggage. On the inside, there's a complete overhaul, and it makes sense too. Thar Rocks has to cater to a family's every need, and that's what M&M have tried to do. The front seats, though not very large and will probably be uncomfortable for larger size people, get ventilated seats, and the driver's side is electrically adjustable. You get a 10.25-inch touchscreen with wireless Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. This is the same screen that we have seen in XUV 3XO. You also get a 10.25-inch driver display, which is customizable. You get a 9-speaker Harman Kardon system, automatic AC, electronic parking brake, and auto hold functions. You get all powered windows and a movable armrest for the driver. However, the in-cabin space is a little compromised like it was in the earlier Thar. The glove box size is rather small. There are door pockets on the front door and the rear door, but they are all very small. The area under the armrest is also just about enough. But you do get 2 cup holders for the front passengers. Now let's talk about the second row. The entry and exit to the second row is aided by that well-placed grab handle. Once seated, you will notice that there is ample amount of leg space and headroom. However, thigh support is a little compromised. It's compromised on the front seat as well and compromised at the rear seat as well. The rear seat is wide enough for 3 people to sit with some adjustments. However, the center passenger will have to make do with immovable headrest. The floor is absolutely flat, so that's gonna aid the center seating. There are rear AC vents and charging points available for the rear passengers. Now let's talk about safety features. You get 6 airbags as standard. You also get level 2 ADAS features. There is a 360-degree camera and lane keep assist. Before I start talking about the drive and the engine of this car, let's talk about some of the features you get that you appreciate while driving the car. One of them is 360-degree camera. One of my biggest complaints with Thar 3-door was that it did not even get a rear camera, and it became really difficult with low visibility all around with that big car to be able to park your car comfortably. This 360-degree camera is a big help. In terms of features, Thar Rocks is definitely several steps ahead of Thar 3-door. Now you get an auto dimming IRBM, which is rimless, and it looks quite nice and adds that premium touch to the cabin. Even in terms of fit and finish, I think the fit and finish, the quality of materials used here feel a lot more premium compared to the earlier Thar. And while in the 3-door Thar there was very little space and very little conveniences given to the second row, in this one, the second row passengers even get a reclining seat. You get a commanding position once you sit on the driver's seat. Visibility is all right, but you will need that 360-degree camera once in a while. The Thar Rocks that I'm driving today is the 152 HP diesel with manual transmission and 4x4 capability. After spending almost half a day driving around on the roads of Kochi, I am happy to report that I'm quite impressed with the way this car drives. The engine performs well, there is power available, and when you need to overtake or push the car a little bit, you will have enough power available for you to do so. And even when you are in that stop-start traffic and you notice that RPMs drop below 2000 RPMs, maybe 1000, 1200 RPMs, you will still be able to pick up the car without having to downshift every time, making your ride a little bit more comfortable in that stop-start traffic. The ride quality is much improved from the 3-door Thar, but you will still notice that it's all the stiffer side and you will feel the bumps inside the car. But again, I must emphasize on the fact that it is much improved from what we have seen in the 3-door Thar. There is a bit of body roll that you will notice, but nothing more than what you would expect from an SUV. But yes, you will have to be a little bit more careful while taking sharp turns. What has really impressed me is the noise levels. The noise levels inside the car are really contained and make sure that you enjoy your Harman Kardon music system. But when you do need to downshift or change gears, you will notice that the gear throws are a bit longer. But the clutch action is slightly on the springy side, but not uncomfortable. The braking action might need a little getting used to because the brake feel is a bit grabby. Though we did not get extensive time with the Thar Rocks, but the first impressions of the car has left us impressed. While the 3-door was much loved, it was a huge compromise for a family, and many potential owners were deterred by its lack of space and features. Mahindras have now rectified that. Rocks is now packed with features and is spacious enough for families. Starting introductory price of Rs 12.99 lakhs will definitely draw the customers to its showrooms. The top variants are expected to cross over 20 lakhs, and while there is a risk of Rocks cannibalizing the sales of its sister products like Thar 3-door, Scorpio N and even XUV 700, Thar Rocks is definitely going to attract many buyers, and I won't be surprised if there is a long waiting period for this one because of heavy demand. If you too are interested in buying Thar, let me tell you that test drives at the dealerships are starting from 14 September onwards. Bookings to open on 3rd October and deliveries to start around Dussehra. Royal Enfield has updated its most popular classic 350. King Shukdatta tells you what's new.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 2024 Royal Enfield Classic 350. It has been updated for 2024 with 7 new color options, each better than the other. Apart from that, the motorcycle now gets LED lighting. The headlight is LED and so is the tail light, and now you also get a gear shift indicator here on the instrument console. If the camera can pan towards here, you can see here you have a gear shift indicator, and you also have this hidden USB charger. It's just slightly difficult to reach, but there you can see the USB charger is right here. And the motorcycle now also gets dual channel ABS as standard. On the previous model it was optional, but on this bike it is standard. Like 7 new color options, like we told you. This particular model gets a nice matte finish, and you can see these accessories, these luggage options from Napa Dori. So yes, Royal Enfield is collaborating with Napa Dori for merchandise. You can buy that very soon, and the prices of this particular model will be revealed on September 1st. So there's still some time before you can know the prices of the Royal Enfield Classic 350. Deliveries of the motorcycle will begin from September itself, and Royal Enfield says that bookings for the new Classic 350 have already begun across its showrooms in India.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India."
Welcome back. You're watching the NDTV Auto Show. Tata Motors has launched its mid-size coupe SUV Curve, but in EV guys first. Mohit Bharadwaj brings you the review.
Curves, they are important for all the wrongful and the rightful reasons. Well, in terms of aesthetic, they just boost your appeal. And if I talk of mathematics, you're getting the sales curve in an inclination fashion. That means your operational profits are sorted. And when we are talking of race lines, if you are ahead of the curve, hitting the apex right, that means you're winning the race. And Tata Motors is trying to do just that with this, the newest launch in the Indian car market, and it is called the Curve. Now, what exactly the Curve is trying to target in the Indian market? Well, that's what I'll be telling you in this video today. So stay tuned till the end, and without any further ado, let's kick things off aesthetics first. The Curve, it gets right amount of curves, cuts, creases and lines, and all of that makes it look appealing. Yes, they have boosted its aesthetic appeal for sure. Now, talking of its design highlight, I certainly like the silhouette, but from certain angles it looks like a coupe SUV, versus from a select few angle it looks more like a 3-box car. Now, giving you a perspective of its dimensions and road presence, I have to say that this is roughly as big as the Hyundai Creta, and that's where the existence of Curve lies. As a matter of fact, all of us know that mid-size SUV space is currently the most heated one, and also the biggest contender there, the Hyundai Creta, comes with a lot of features. And with this, Tata Motors has tried their best. Now what it gets is a larger 12.3 inch touchscreen infotainment unit, a 10.25 inch instrument cluster, and I have to say both of these displays are crisp. Another thing that Curve has on its key rival is that it gets wireless Android Auto and Apple CarPlay, which none of the Koreans have got it yet. Now coming down to the center console, you have a touch enabled climate control unit, and it also gets your controls for the power tailgate at the rear and that power charging port. Now this is a shift by wire lever. It's going to be the same on the ICE models, but we're going to talk about the electric, and as I say electric, it also gets an electronic parking brake along with auto hold function. There's a wireless phone charger here, but if you're rich enough to afford a larger iPhone Pro Max, it won't fit here. You can only fit in smaller phones. Now the center console has some storage space, but it's not very deep. But the storage spaces that Tata has got right is this damped glove box along with door bins where you can even store an umbrella. Now another thing over the Nexon that the Curve is getting is a larger panoramic sunroof, and there is an increment of 30mm to its wheelbase. But where has that been utilized? Because the front row of the Curve looks quite like the Nexon. Well, that's on the rear. While the front row seats are comfortable, the case on the rear seat is even better, I have to say. The seat squab is wide and it has enough to give you ample under thigh support. Although in the EV variant, the floor is slightly jacked up because of the battery placement, but you can stretch your legs out and under the front row of seats so that you can have a comfortable journey from the second row as well. And talking of features, you're getting a 45-watt Type-C USB charger over here along with the center armrest. And now with the sloping roof, there's ample of headroom over here. Tata Motors has done an intelligent and creative job of scooping out the headliner to give you that slightly more headroom. It's time to talk about the way Curve EV drives. Well, to start things off, I'll brief you about the specifications first. So there are two battery pack options, 55 kWh and 45 kWh. Now the peak torque of the motor remains the same, 215 Newton meters, which might sound quite low on paper, but in the real world, understand it in a way that 215 Newton meters right from the word go. On talking of peak power output, the 55 kWh battery pack gives you around 163 horsepower, while with the 45 kWh battery pack you get only 150 horsepower. Now with the more powerful iteration, the Curve EV manages to do its 0 to 100 kmph sprint in only 8.6 seconds, which is quite phenomenal, I have to say. Now coming down to the suspension, so it's an EV, it is quite heavy, and that you can feel on the steering wheel as well. But the suspension manages to do a great job here by keeping the ride and handling character in check. So we are riding it here on wet and winding roads of Udaipur's Raita Hill, but the Curve EV is managing to keep us stay planted on the road and boost our confidence levels. Well, we have had some sketchy moments with this. That is largely because of the tires. So a good set of tires might cost you some range, but they will increase the overall versatility or the driving behavior of this car, and it will be more fun to push it around the corners. The brakes, they are progressive as well, and you're getting 3-level regenerative braking, so single pedal driving in the city is possible, I can say that. Now coming back to the steering wheel, since the car is heavy and it rides on 18-inch 215 section tires, you can feel the heft on the wheel as well. And also, since this wheel is borrowed from the Harrier or the Safari, it is a size big for my liking. I think the original Nexon EV's steering wheel would have been a more fun affair to push the Curve EV around these ghat roads. Since it's an EV, the NVH levels are well controlled, but what you're getting is AVAS. So the Curve EV produces a very gimmicky, finicky and electronic sound up and until speeds of 20 kmph to alert pedestrians that there's a silent electric vehicle right behind them. While the comfortable ride remains its great capability, the Curve EV is safe as well. You're getting 6 airbags as standard, and along with that you have the option to opt for level 2 ADAS, which comes with a multitude of functions like active lane keep assist, adaptive cruise control and also emergency brake assist. And this car is getting 360-degree parking camera, which makes for an easy job to muscle this car in city and out of tight parking spots. It is a great handler, I would say, and that is largely because of the low center of gravity. Tata Motors says that the center of gravity is right around where the rolling axis would be. So the car has very low chances of tipping over, and in an enthusiast point of view, that means you can push it harder. Now along with that, A-pillars are slightly thick, so they create a large blind spot, but otherwise you have a great commanding view of the road. But the rearward visibility from that sloping roof and small windscreen, that I would say is slightly compromised. Now another aspect of electric vehicles is the charging time. Well, Tata Motors is claiming that Curve EV can be charged by up to a charger of 70 kilowatts. So the fast charging means that you can have 150 kilometers of top up in just 15 minutes and 10 to 80% in only 40 minutes. In summation, Tata Motors has got the curves right. Now in terms of interior space, there's an ample amount of it for 4 occupants and the Curve is feature loaded too. In terms of driving performance, I think the powertrain is potent. With the long range options, it can keep you charged for your 4 to 5 days of commute, and when you plan to take a long haul, you would not have to take a lot of charging stops. And now I have to say that with the pricing starting at rupees 17.49 lakh, it feels justified. Now the things that Tata Motors can work upon is the software glitches. Now we have seen a couple of instances with the car where the DRL was not working flawlessly. So these are few niggles that we could spot, and we're sure that Tata Motors will be able to sort this out. And by getting all of those things right, this will be a potent seller in the market. And also this makes us wait for the ICE variant. Why so? Because when you want to grab a bite from the best selling mid-size SUV, well, it's the petrol or the diesel powertrain that are the most preferred ones at this moment in the country. So Tata Curve's ICE variants are what we are looking forward to drive, because after all, we're certainly impressed with the Curve's EV variant. And with this, I'm your host Mohit Bhardwaj. Will now take a leave, but before I sign off, if you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, it's my humble request, please do so. Also share this video with your friends who are eagerly waiting for the Curve EV, or in fact its ICE variant, and keep watching our channel for more such videos. For now, adios.
It was a busy week for Mahindra's. Mahindra-owned classic legends brings back BSA Gold Star 650, which is ready to compete with Royal Enfield 650 twins. King Shukdatta reports.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to NDTV Auto, and what we have today with us is the BSA Gold Star 650. Yes, the first modern BSA to be launched in India. Prices start at 2,99,000 rupees ex-showroom, introductory of course. And look at this motorcycle, it's a gorgeous, good looking, modern classic motorcycle. Yes, very retro design, very stylish. The fit and finish right now seems to be really good. Now, this gets a 652cc single cylinder engine. Yes, single cylinder engine, and it makes about 45 brake horsepower and 55 Newton meters of peak torque. There's a 5-speed gearbox at both ends. You get Brembo brakes, that's right, Brembo brakes, 18-inch spoke wheel up front, 17-inch wheel at the rear, and both spoke wheels are shod with Pirelli Phantom Sportcom tires. Yes. Now, come closer and look at this nice instrument console, very retro. Now, what we don't like is the fact that there's quite a bit of a gap. These could have been slightly closer. Circular twin port instrument console. There's a display here as well, and as you can see here, there's a USB charger and a Type-C port to charge your devices on the go. Fit and finish right now seems to be really good, but we will be riding this motorcycle in the real world very, very soon and get your comprehensive review. Apart from that, if you look behind me, you can see all the color options that the motorcycle will be available in. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 color options. Like I said, prices start at 2,99,000 rupees. It will go directly against the Royal Enfield 650cc parallel twin motorcycles, the Interceptor, whose prices start at 3,03,000 rupees.
Well, that's all from us today, but our auto coverage continues on our various social media platforms and on NDTV Auto YouTube channel. So do subscribe and don't forget to press that bell icon so that you get notified every time we upload a video. Thanks for watching.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching NDTV. The never-ending horror of the rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor on duty at the RG Medical Hospital in Kolkata recently has seen protests intensifying across the last few days. In fact, the protests were held in Kolkata and several other parts of the country today. What stood out, however, was the outpouring of anger outside the Salt Lake Stadium. Rival football fan clubs joined hands to protest against this horrific incident. What was meant to be the venue of an epic clash between the Mohun Bagan club and East Bengal turned out to be a site of solidarity, and this even as Kolkata police imposed prohibitory orders in and around RG Hospital. Now, on the investigation front, the psychoanalysis of the accused, Sanjay Roy, who is known to be a civic volunteer, was carried out. CBI, which is probing this case now at the instructions of the Calcutta High Court, continued to score the site of crime for forensic clues. Kolkata police clamped down on misinformation. It also summoned 2 doctors as well as TMC MP Shukendu Shekhar Roy, who posted on X that the Kolkata Commissioner of Police also needs to be interrogated. The police, the CBI also spoke to BJP leader Lokesh Chatterjee. This was what the police did, though it was a no-show from the political leaders. Now, in Delhi, there was a candlelight vigil as well. NDTV, in fact, spoke to victims' parents. Remember, it's one thing to stand side by side with all the protesters, but being the victim's family is something that's unimaginable, because this incident would have altered their life, would have changed their lives forever. The parents are demanding a death sentence for the accused, but they're also pointing out to some very important questions with regard to the investigation and as to why they were made to wait for over 3 hours to see the body of the daughter. The body of the daughter was found to be without clothes, and this is something that has been very disturbing to the parents as well, and they have pointed to some very strong loopholes in the investigation. Let's listen into what the father had to say today.
मेरे संग अभी डिसीज़ के फैमिली है, डिसीज़ के पिताजी मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी। शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। आप हमें ये बताएं कि मतलब सीबीआई अब तक 7 दिन हो गए हैं, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी जारी है, और जो फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल हैं अस्पताल के, उन्हें बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग में भी लाया जा रहा है। ये सब से आपका क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है अभी सिचुएशन का? हम लोग तो दिखता है कि वो तो सीबीआई कोशिश कर रहा है, कलकत्ता पुलिस जैसा कोशिश नहीं किया था, ये तो कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो कोशिश पूरा ना जानने से बगैर कैसे किसको ये जो दुष्कर्म जिसने किया है कैसे निकलेगा, ये हाल निकलने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये कोई बारे में हमका कोई बात नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर और जिस हिसाब से सब कुछ हुआ, जो सब बाहर आ रहा है, आपको कोई भी फाउल प्ले लग रहा है? इसके बारे में क्या बोले, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते। आपकी बेटी, आपने कहा कि एक डायरी मेंटेन करती थी, तो उस डायरी का एक छेड़ा हुआ पेज का छवि मेरे पास है। तो वो छवि में ऐसा क्या है, और वो डायरी जनरली क्या मेंटेन करती है? साथ सीबीआई के साथ बात हुआ, उसको बताने के लिए माना किया है। जी जी जी। तो वो डायरी अभी भी है आपके पास? नहीं, हमका पास नहीं है। वो तो कॉलेज में ही था, उसका बैग में ही रहते थे हम लोग। उसका कभी कभी देखने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका हमने ले लेते थे, छीन के ले लेते थे। आपकी बेटी जो है, अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, हम उसका पर्सनल डायरी किस लिए देखें? लेकिन जो हम लोगों से बात 1 घंटा आध घंटा जो बात होता था रात में, वो उसका जो दिक्कत होता है बोलता था। दिक्कत जैसे कि जो पेशेंट के लिए, जो बापी ऐसा पेशेंट था, आज हम एकदम नींद नहीं गया, पूरा खाना नहीं मिला, सारा दिन में खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला, ये सब बोलते थे। और अस्पताल में वैसे उनकी पढ़ाई को लेकर के भी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स, या फिर उनकी थीसिस वगैरह जो लिख रही थी, या गोल्ड मेडल की जो प्रेपरेशन कर रही थी, इन जनरल अस्पताल में सेफ्टी एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था, इसके बारे में उन्होंने कभी कुछ बोला? देखिए, आपको जब आपका पिता माता जो काम में भेजा, आप पिता माता तो आपका भी है, काम में जाता है, जब रास्ते में रहता है उसका दिक्कत रहता है, जब काम में ऑफिस में घुस जाता है तब आपको उसको दिक्कत बहुत कम हो जाता है। हम की एक पिता होने के नाते ये तो जानता है, आपका पिता भी जानता है। और जो बात होता था फ़ोन में माँ के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, हम तो काम में रहते हैं सारे दिन में, हमारा साथ बात बहुत कम होता है। पर वही कि काम के जगह में ऐसा हो गया, ये तो मेरा यही, जो जिसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया। सबसे ये दुख में हम लोग का दुख का बात है। हम जब लड़की को स्कूल में भेज देता है, स्कूल का गेट के अंदर जब चला जाता है बस हम आ जाते हैं, हम बाइक के बस बिठा के लेके ले जाते, गेट के अंदर छोड़ के वो कहाँ जाते थे, कहाँ क्लास है हम नहीं जानते थे, जानने का जरूरत नहीं पड़ता ना, किसी को नहीं जरूरत पड़ता है, वैसे ही था। और क्या बोले, काम का जगह भी वैसे ही मानते हो? हम तो वैसे ही, इतना 5 साल कॉलोनी में पढ़ा है, उधर हॉस्टल में रहते थे, इतना हम क्या बोले फिर। अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, अभी तो उसको वो भी अपने सिंसियर, अपने जो रास्ते में चलना सीख गया, रास्ते में थोड़ा दिक्कत था इसलिए तो गाड़ी भी खरीद लिया था। ये सारी सुविधाएं हम थोड़ा हेल्प किया उसके, ये सारी सुविधाएं आपने अपनी बेटी को दी, उसके बाद भी ये जो हुआ, ये जो घटना घटी है, उसके बाद ये भी बात हो रहा है कि जिन्हें अभी आरोपी माना गया है सिर्फ वे नहीं है। इस पे आपके क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है? हम लोग पहले से ही, और जो आदमी फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन डॉक्टर, जितना डॉक्टर होता है MBBS के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो सब बोला है
एक आदमी के जो गलत काम हुआ है एक आदमी नहीं, संभव नहीं है।
जब आपने अपनी बेटी को देखा या आप मिले, आप कब मिले, कितने समय बाद देखा आपने?
हमको फ़ोन आया 11 बजे, उधर पहुंचा 12 बजे। हमको 3-3:30 बजे उसको देखने का मिला है। उस टाइम में हमका दिल में क्या चल रहा है तो हम ही जानते हैं ना, लेकिन वो लोग बोलते हैं तदंत चल रहा है इसलिए।
किस अवस्था में आपको मिली? किस अवस्था में आप?
वो तो कपड़ा शरीर में नहीं है, एक चादर से मुड़ा हुआ था और हाँ दोनों पैर दो तरफ था, हाथ भी एक हाथ में इधर ऐसे मिला है।
अभी आपकी मुख्यमंत्री ने भी आपसे मुलाकात की, वो मिल के आके उन्होंने क्या बोला?
उनका ऊपर मैंने तो पहले पूरा भरोसा रखा था, लेकिन जब देखा गलत काम हो रहा है, ठीक से आगे नहीं बढ़ रहा है, उस टाइम में तो हम सीबीआई में चला गया। अभी देखिए ना क्या कर रहा है, जो जनरल पब्लिक उन्होंने पोजीशन निकल रहा है, विचार चाहिए बोल के, लेकिन जो आदमी और भी आदमी जनरल पब्लिक जो बोलता है विचार चाहिए, उसको बंद करने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये क्या है?
এবং উনি কালকে 2-3 বার বলেও যে নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই, নির্যাতিতার ফাঁসি চাই।
तो आप मुख्यमंत्री से भी क्या उम्मीदें रख रही हैं?
हम उसको बोलेंगे आप कोशिश कीजिए, हमारा लड़की का साथ जो गलत काम हुआ है उसे जल्द से जल्दी विचार मिलेगा।
Cricketer turned politician Harbhajan Singh, who has written a 2-page letter to West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee expressing his deep anguish over the delay in justice for the Kolkata rape and murder victim, joins us for a quick chat. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us, and thank you for raising an issue that's so core to the dignity of women. Your letter is addressed to the citizens of the country. You say that this is a call for justice and introspection. Tell us what made you make this impassioned plea.
सबसे पहले तो ये बड़ा ना दुखदाई मामला है, क्योंकि जो हुआ है उस फैमिली के साथ या वो बेटी के साथ, वो देश की बेटी है और उसको जीने का अधिकार है, काम करने का अधिकार है और हर उस खुले तरीके से जीने का अधिकार है जैसे हर किसी बच्चे को है इस देश में। तो लेकिन जब उसके साथ ऐसा कोई काम हो जाता है जिसकी हम कभी अपने इमेजिनेशन में भी नहीं सोच सकते हैं, और उसके बावजूद इतने दिनों से वो लोग जो हैं उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं और इतनी देरी से हो रहा है, तो ये मेरा मानना है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इस काम में एक्सपर्टाइट करना चाहिए, जल्दी से जल्दी उन दोषियों को सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए और सज़ा भी ऐसी मिलनी चाहिए ताकि आने वाले समय में कोई किसी भी लड़की की तरफ आंख उठा के ना देख सके और किसी की इज्जत पे या किसी की बेटी को कोई अपने मन से जब उसका मन करे इस तरह निचोड़े ना। तो ये बहुत दुखदाई घटना है, ये हम सबके लिए, ये मुझे मर्द कहलाने में शर्म आती है कि हम सोसाइटी में ऐसा फेयर क्रिएट करते हैं। तो ये मेरे लिए बड़ी दुखदाई मामला है और इसको मैं कोई पॉलिटिकल एंगल या कोई उससे नहीं कहना चाह रहा था। मेरा सिर्फ और सिर्फ यही कहना है कि जितने भी पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स हैं या जो थोड़ी बहुत किसी में भी इंसानियत बची है, तो विनती ये है कि हाथ जोड़ के यही विनती है कि इस जो काम में जिन ने गलत काम किया है सबको सजा हो।
एब्सोल्युटली। मिस्टर सिंह, आपने जस्टिस या न्याय की बात की है और आप ये कहते हैं कि वेस्ट बंगाल गवर्नमेंट और सीबीआई दोनों को इमीडिएट स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए। आप एक एमपी भी हैं सर, हमारे कंट्री में बहुत मल्टीपल लीगल प्रोसेसेस होते हैं और बहुत ही ज़्यादा फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग भी हो जाता है विक्टिम्स और उनकी फैमिलीज़ के लिए। एज अ लॉ मेकर आपको क्या लगता है कि कैसे चेंजेस होने चाहिए ताकि जो क्राइम्स अगेंस्ट वुमेन जो है उसका कन्विक्शन रेट थोड़ा बढ़ जाए?
देखिए, अगर इस तरह की चीज़ों को रोकना है तो ये इसके लिए लॉ बनना चाहिए और बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ बनना चाहिए। और जहाँ जिस पोजीशन पे आज हम बैठे हैं, अगर हम बात करते हैं कि जहाँ से लॉ बनते हैं, तो वहाँ ये मैं ज़रूर ये राय रखूँगा, ये मैं एक प्राइवेट बिल भी लेके आऊँगा कि ये कोई भी बच्चे के साथ अन्याय नहीं होना चाहिए और ऐसी दुर्गति नहीं होनी चाहिए किसी के साथ भी। ये बेटी जो है वो हिंदुस्तान की है और उसको हर वो हक है जो इस देश की किसी भी बेटी को हक है। वो आपकी बेटी, मेरी बेटी, हम सबकी बेटियों को वो हक है और हमें अपनी बेटियों को बचाना नहीं है, हमने अपने बच्चों को समझाना है, हमने लड़कों को समझाना है कि ये जो आप काम कर रहे हो ये ठीक नहीं है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसमें स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ जो है वो लाने की ज़रूरत है और उसमें कोई कमी नहीं होनी चाहिए, कोई देरी नहीं होनी चाहिए। और मैं तो अगले सत्र में ये रखूंगा ही रखूंगा, बट उससे पहले कहीं इस बार भी हम इतनी देरी ना कर दें ताकि जो और भी कोई कहीं अपनी वो बुन रहे हो ऐसे ख्याल कि ये करना है या वो करना है, उनको भी थोड़ा सा आज की आज ही समझ आ जाए कि गवर्नमेंट जो है वो प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए बैठी है, उनको सेफ गार्ड देने के लिए नहीं बैठी हुई है। तो मैं यहाँ पे इसको मैं बार बार कह रहा हूँ कि पॉलिटिकल एंगल से नहीं, बट एक इंसानियत के तौर से हमें देखना चाहिए। और ये हमारी बेटी है, उस तरीके से इसको लेना चाहिए कि अगर आज ये कलकत्ता में हुआ है, कल को आपके शहर में हो सकता है, आपके घर में हो सकता है, आपकी बेटी के साथ हो सकता है। तो ये हमें वी ऑल नीड टू कम टुगेदर टू फाइट विद दिस and to make our society a better place to live, not just for the men's but for women's.
Absolutely. Mr. Singh, आपने मेडिकल कम्युनिटी की बात की है, उनके वर्किंग कंडीशंस, उनके चैलेंजिंग वर्किंग कंडीशंस का जिक्र किया अपने लेटर में, और आप कहते हैं कि ये लोग वे लोग हैं जो अपनी ड्यूटीज़ को पूरे डेडिकेशन के साथ परफॉर्म करते हैं, लेकिन देयर ओन सेफ्टी इज़ ग्रेवली कॉम्प्रोमाइज। सर, इसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, डॉक्टर्स की सेफ्टी?
डॉक्टर्स, हम कहते हैं कि डॉक्टर्स भगवान का रूप होते हैं, डॉक्टर बचाते हैं आपको। कोविड के समय देखिए तो सारे डॉक्टर्स घर पे नहीं थे, वो बेचारे अस्पतालों में जाके काम कर रहे थे। उनकी भी फैमिलीज हैं, उनके भी छोटे बच्चे हैं, और अगर वो सामने आके मदद कर रहे हैं, लोगों को बचा रहे हैं, और जब उनकी सेफ्टी के ऊपर बात आती है, कोई ऐसा काम उनके साथ हो जाता है, तो ये बहुत दुर्भाग्य वाला काम है। और मैं, जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा, हमें शर्म आती है, हमारा शर्म से सर झुक जाता है जब कोई ऐसी बात होती है कि मर्द ऐसा काम कैसे कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि ये ऐसी घिनौनी हरकत है जिसका सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक ही इलाज हो सकता है कि आप कानून बनाएं और इनको कड़ी से कड़ी सजा मिले। और वो डॉक्टर्स जो वहाँ पे ना दिन देखता है ना रात देखता है, वो मरीज की कंडीशन देख के उसका इलाज करता है, और उसके साथ जब आप ऐसा अन्याय करते हो, ऐसी दुर्गति करते हो, तो सजा जरूर मिलनी चाहिए और जल्दी मिलनी चाहिए।
राइट, थैंक यू मिस्टर सिंह हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज फॉर्मर इंडियन क्रिकेटर एंड आम आदमी पार्टी एमपी हरभजन सिंह स्पीकिंग टू एनडीटीवी ऑन द heinous rape and crime in Kolkata and demanding that the process of investigation be expedited. Also joining me now is Shahzad Poonawalla, who represents the BJP. We have Dr. Sharad Kumar, former president of the Indian Medical Association. We have Suman Chakrabarti, supporter of the East Bengal Football Club. We have Abhijit Paul, supporter of the Mohan Bagan Football Club, and Manojit Mandal, who is a political analyst, also a TMC supporter. Thank you all of you for joining me on this show. To you, starting with Suman Chakrabarti, sir, very interestingly, rival football clubs came together and, for this cause. Tell us what really, how different was this incident and what really triggered this, because we know the whole of Kolkata was out on the eve of Independence Day demanding justice, asking some very difficult questions from the government. But today was quite different because Mohan Bagan and East Bengal are seen to be rival clubs. Do you remember a precedent of both of them coming together for a cause like this?
इससे पहले हमारा स्टेट में ऐसा कभी भी नहीं हुआ। हम लोग राइवल ही थे, 90 मिनट्स के राइवल थे, तो ऑफ तरीके तो हम लोग बहुत दोस्त थे। लेकिन आज जो हुआ है, हम लोग को बोला गया था कि पुलिस नहीं होने के कारण ये डार्बी जो है ना कोलकाता की, ये डार्बी एक इमोशन होता है। ईस्ट बंगाल मोहन बागान मोहन स्पोर्टिंग ये सिर्फ फुटबॉल क्लब नहीं है, ये एक इमोशन है, ये एक लव है। ये डार्बी को कैंसिल कर दिया। क्या कारण दिखाया कि पुलिस नहीं रहेगा। लेकिन आज हम लोग जब जस्टिस के लिए सॉल्ट स्टेडियम में गए थे, तो हम लोग को क्या बोलो, ह्यूमिलेट करने के लिए पुलिस कहाँ से आते हैं? ये पुलिस हम लोग क्यों गए थे? सिर्फ तो जस्टिस के लिए। हम लोग के एक सिस्टर इतनी बुरी तरीके से रिडिक्यूलसली बलात्कार हुआ है आर्जिकड़ में 9 अगस्त को, इसलिए तो हम लोग गए थे। ये क्या कोई क्राइम है?
राइट। Abhijit Paul, would you like to say something, sir? Because both these clubs and also these smaller clubs coming together in support, what would your views be on this?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Please go on. Okay, let me bring in Shehzad Punawala first. Shehzad, I know that your party leaders, starting with Amit Malviya to Smriti Irani to Locket Chatterjee to Shubhendu Adhikari, have been very vocally raising this issue, and this is something that has been core to the BJP's sort of politics in Bengal as well, you know, violence against women. But this is also a public uprising. How mindful are you that, you know, it shouldn't get politicized? Because, you know, while I completely agree that politics is part of social change, this seems to be a complete organic movement with people coming out and saying that what has happened is not right.
Forget what the BJP leaders are saying. Just look at what has happened today. The Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance. The victims' parents, both mother and father, despite the fact that they are going through an unbearable trauma, have come out and categorically spoken about how the Mamata Banerjee government is indulging in not beti ko nyay dilao, but saboot mitao, how they are indulging in satya ko chupao, awaz dabao, and balatkari bachao. They have said it, not the BJP. Thirdly, football fans have come out and expressed solidarity with this. But what was the response of the Kolkata police? To beat up women fans. What has been the response of Kolkata police today? They are issuing summons to doctors. They are summoning Locket Chatterjee. They have even summoned Mr. Sukendu Roy, who is a Trinamool Congress MP, only because he has asked for investigation of the principal and of the police commissioner. And this is what the attitude is. You know, Vasudha, we have always heard of Idi Amin. Today in Bengal, there is Didi Amin. This is Didi Amin Pro Max, where a Talibani and Tanashahi Mansikta wants to transfer doctors, then she had to put that order on hold. Then you have an attempt to stifle any kind of voice that is demanding justice. Then you try and dhamkao the doctors. You allowed 5,000 people to go and ransack the hospital. The High Court has come down heavily on you, saying that there's an absolute machinery state failure and machinery failure. And now the Supreme Court has taken cognizance. What more does Mamata Banerjee require than to step down and take accountability? Instead, what is she doing? She's doing dharna against her own government. Who is the Home Minister of West Bengal? Who is the Health Minister? And in case after case, Vasudha, this has been the trend. Sandesh Khali, she stands with Sharjah Sheikh. Nadia rape, she blames the victim. Park Street rape case, she blames the victim. Now in Tajamul case, she has the Trinamool Congress blames the victim. They said she's a characterless woman. So this attempt to blame the victim, stifle voices, and stand with the rapist. And by the way, I am more disappointed not just by Mamata. Where is this Samvidhan Bachao Brigade of Congress Party? After 14th, 15th August, not a word. Where is Mahua Moitra? Where is Sagarika Ghosh? Where is the likes of Priyanka Chaturvedi? Where is Aam Aadmi Party? There is a convenient coalition of conspiratorial silence on this issue. I will not say anything on Kolkata. You don't say anything on Kannauj. This is how the two are galvanizing together and not saying anything when it comes to women's rights. So they are the ones who are playing politics.
Okay.
They were vocal on Manipur. We have a discussion on Manipur in Parliament. They were vocal on Brij Bhushan. We took action on Brij Bhushan.
Right.
4 levels of action. But today you're standing with the rapist. The parents are saying this.
Right. Manojit Mandal, who is a political analyst. Mr. Mandal, you know, there are things which have happened, which have also raised to some very serious speculations regarding, you know, why was the principal of the college of Ajikar Medical Hospital changed? Because, you know, Sandeep Ghosh's role in this entire episode is very critical. Then, of course, we saw the parents come out today and specifically say that they were asked to wait for at least 3-4 hours before they actually got to see the body. So clearly there was, you know, there were loopholes, not just in investigation, but also in the communication of what really happened. This is not something that Mamata Banerjee was known for, sir.
So there have been a lot of fake news and rumors. Some of them have been spread by some, you know, social media and even some responsible channels. But it's quite possible because this is the age of social media and new media. We are absolutely okay with that. But when one deliberately false rumors about the parents of the victim and how they are behaving with Mamata about the statements of race, I think this is deplorable. The parents of the victim.
But today the parents have come out and said that they were made to wait for 3 hours. There was not a shred of cloth on the girl's body. There was just, you know, she was just blanked. There was just one sheet over her. So these are parents saying it.
Madam, you need to give me uninterrupted time.
Yes, please speak. Yeah, please go on. Yeah.
Okay. So this is also one of the problems, that whenever we are trying to bring sanity to a discourse, that we are muzzled, our voices are muzzled. This is simply not done, madam.
Okay,
the fact remains that the victim's father categorically stated, it is in the public domain, in every media, that Mamata did her best, and they are absolutely happy with the move given by Mamata. The fact you asked about a specific question about the transfer of a principal, assuming that that is not a right move from the government. I want to know how has that compromised the investigation of Kolkata police, who could wait barely 24 hours or 36 hours to investigate? How much progress CBI has made in 5 days? Have you ever asked this question? And perhaps because of that, we are very happy the Supreme Court has taken so much action. It is the CBI's door which is now should be knocked by all of us in unison. Like the supporters of Mohun Bagan and East Bengal came together, all the political parties, if we really have a proper will, goodwill, we must come together to eradicate this heinous social crime, which is not specific to a particular state, but happening across the country. I do not need to talk about the data. It happens every 50 minutes in this country. This is a crime that is I think becoming almost like a pandemic, and you need political will from all the political parties, not spreading such false rumors from a very responsible political party. However, they are known for doing that. They are known. I can counter on each and every point, and that's why perhaps even the Kolkata police had to swung in to call these people, including one of TMC's own MP, who spreads false rumors since yesterday. The sniffer dog came 3 days later. I mean,
Mr. Mandal, you know, there was also the vandalism that took place, right?
Hang on.
Yes, sir. There was also the vandalism that took place. Let me get a response on the IMA precedent.
To CBI on Tuesday, how could Kolkata police come in with CBI? And if again not admitting but assuming that there is a botch up, what is the CBI doing? Principal accused is in your custody. Evidences are there. Crime scene is there. All the call record details are there. You are interrogating the principal. What is the progress? Why are you tight-lipped? Is it deliberate, or you could not do anything beyond what the Kolkata police did? These are the questions that must be asked in illusion.
I completely agree with the fact that, you know, these repeated calls for hanging is not really right, because, you know, legal processes, investigation take time. But Mr. Mandal, you know, there was vandalism that happened when women of Calcutta, when women of Kolkata were walking the streets. There was, you know, the vandalism that happened was a clear message that, you know, anybody who wants to speak out against violence, demand justice, you know, has to be silenced, and that is not really good for any government. Let me take this question to the IMA former president. Sir, you have actually, you know, the IMA has actually written a letter, you know, clearly saying that there are demands and there are also solutions. So, Dr. Kumar, how do you see this? Because, you know, there is a demand for a central law, but, you know, 26 states already have this in place. Even as we speak, there was a doctor in Sion in Mumbai who has been attacked today. So clearly, safety of doctors is paramount, but how can legislation even sort of you know, get this done?
See, first of all, it is very shocking and again heartening that politicians are only doing politics. They are only doing the blame game. The violence on doctor is not in a specific state, but it is across the country. And as you very rightly said that today in the Maharashtra, and every day if you find out somewhere it is happening in one kind, this was the extreme of the heinous crime which happened in RJ with that girl. But the IMA has demanded a central act, though it is in the 24 states as a state act. But because of the state, it is the sections are not in the IPC and CRPC, and now the criminal section of BNS. So unless until these it has become a central act, these sections will not be completed under the criminal section of BNS. Right. And that is why the local Thana, they are not booking the case appropriately. That is why this is the one act which can ensure the safety, at least because people will think that there is a section against them, they will be booked under the different section. The second thing is that the victim should get, the culprit should be booked immediately as soon as possible, and there should be a fair investigation, and they should be given the highest punishment. Absolutely. To set an example that nobody should think of doing these kind of heinous crime. And see, this is, I request all the senior politicians sitting in your this, we request with folded hand, please, if you want to help doctors, please pursue the central act. against violence on the doctors.
Okay,
and
Shehzad, I'll
healthcare
come to you in a
workers.
bit, but let me just get in Abhijit Paul once. Abhijit, अब आज आपने प्रोटेस्ट में भाग लिया, आपको क्या लगा, सेंटिमेंट क्या है ग्राउंड पे? और कोलकाता जो है उसमें हमने काफ़ी प्रोटेस्ट देखे पिछले कुछ दिनों में, आज का सेंटिमेंट कैसा था सर? Abhijit Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
See, hello.
Yes, please go on.
Yeah. As all we know that today is a derby match between Mohun Bagan and East Bengal, and but yesterday we got the news that the derby was cancelled by the Kolkata police due to they are not able to they are not
right. I think
provide the security.
Yeah. There's a problem with the line. Let me go to Shehzad Poonawalla. Shehzad, would you like to respond to these demands that the IMA is also raising, and also something that Mr. Mandal pointed out, that, why is the CBI, CBI has been there for the last Wednesday was when they arrived in Kolkata. So these demands that, the investigation has to be expedited, I think it's also really unfair on the system, isn't it?
First of all, Mr. Mandal should be in no position to come and gloat here. The mother and father categorically blamed Mamata Banerjee. You can play out their reactions to your own channel or to ANI. They have categorically said that there were bodies in the crematorium, but there was a tearing hurry to dispose of the body of our daughter. Right. They have said that Mamata Banerjee is not supporting justice. She's silencing people who are asking for justice. They've spoken about how evidence was destroyed. So let us not live in a denial, or worse yet, blame and lie on national television, because it's a matter of 1 minute to fact check these things. Point number 2. Ms. Mamata Banerjee could not hold a football match and secure a stadium today.
Okay.
How is she going to secure an entire
stadium? Okay, Shehzad, we're running out of time. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining me on this show. The safety of doctors, like all our panelists have talked about, particularly of women, women doctors, and also women across the country, is increasingly under scrutiny after what really happened in Kolkata, rape and murder. But also this incident has brought into spotlight the larger questions of safety on women. That's all we have for you in this bulletin. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shayambazar. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Massive protests over Kolkata doctor rape and murder case. Kolkata-based rival football team fans have hit the streets. The protesters amid no-stir order outside Kolkata Stadium. The protests are in solidarity that are happening in Delhi as well. Supreme Court has meanwhile taken suo motu cognizance of the Kolkata rape and murder case. A bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday.
इसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है, उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया.
Kolkata rape murder victims' parents have spoken to NDTV. The parents have demanded death penalty for the daughters accused. After assault on cabin crew member, Air India decides to shift employees to a different London hotel. Air India has issued a fresh statement saying no compromise on safety till the staff is relocated to another hotel. Politics over Karnataka governors not to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah in the Muda scam case. The Chief Minister has meanwhile cancelled his visit to Bellary and Andhra as Congress calls it vendetta politics, submits memorandum to the President, calls for a peaceful protest. Supreme Court has taken suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder of a junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital in Kolkata. A bench led by Chief Justice of India D.Y. Chandrachud is all set to hear the matter on Tuesday. Remember, this is regarding the murder and rape of a 31-year-old junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital in Kolkata. This is a state-owned hospital, and this incident has sent shockwaves across the country. There are massive protests happening in different parts of the country. Those are visuals out there for you on your screens. There is a big protest, a massive protest happening in Kolkata at the Salt Lake Stadium. There's also other massive protests that have been organized in other cities of the country. There's high drama outside Kolkata Stadium. This is a joint protest by football arch rivals. The rival fans have joined hands for justice for the junior doctor. Kolkata-based football fans have also hit the streets. Kolkata is the football city. The city of joy is very angry, demanding answers from the state government. Going across to my colleague Tanushka, who's been tracking this protest, covering it from the ground. Tanushka, tell us what is the sentiment on ground? The city is very angry, notably, understandably. But of course, what are the demands? What are the key demands that the protesters are raising?
The major demand that continues to remain, Vasudha, is definitely that of justice as protests continue across the city and in West Bengal as well. It's been pouring the entire day today, but protesters still continue to throng onto the streets. This is right outside Salt Lake Stadium in Kolkata, and this entire stretch of road, which is usually chock-a-block with traffic, at this hour especially is entirely, blocked off by the protesters. They're continuing to protest here for over a few hours now, and what we're also understanding is that definitely the protesters are demanding justice. These are the slogans that Kolkata is echoing with at this point, and the main protest here at this space where I am currently at was because the Durand Cup match, the football match was cancelled in view of a law and order situation, concerns over law and order, as both these big football teams in Kolkata, the East Bengal and the Mohun Bagan teams, these two fan clubs of these teams have come together in unity to protest against the gruesome rape and murder of this young doctor at RG Kar Medical Hospital. We know that the CBI has been investigating the case for over a week now. However, there has only been one arrest in the case so far, that is of Sanjay Roy. Sanjay Roy, the Central Forensic Science Lab team from Delhi that has come down to Kolkata, has conducted conducted a psychological test onto Sanjay Roy, and at the same time the CBI has also summoned the former principal of the RG Kar Medical Hospital, Sandeep Ghosh, for a third consecutive day today. So these are on the investigation front, this is what is going on. However, there has been no further arrest yet, and even though the former principal who is being questioned, nothing is coming out of the investigation yet from the CBI's end as well. And what we're definitely understanding, the pulse of the city, as you can see behind me, the protesters continue to rage on, is that of complete anger. They do not care whether it's rain or shine. They're continuing to protest against this brutal crime that happened. These two different fan clubs have come together, which is very rare, and it's historic for Bengal, as they've always known to be fierce rivals. But today they have come together onto the roads in demand for justice and demand for a strong and robust security and safety system for women across the city at this point.
Right. Thank you, Tanushka, for those details. You can see the visuals there. It's raining, and yet people have come out in large numbers to protest against this tragic rape and murder of a 31-year-old junior doctor in RG Kar Medical Hospital. This is a state-owned hospital. The CBI is probing this matter. It has been interrogating several people involved, possibly involved in this crime. But remember, what the family of this victim has gone through is something that can never be imagined in the right measure. In fact, my colleague Tanushka also spoke to the deceased parents, the mother and father. And let's listen into what they have to say.
मेरे संग अभी डिसीज के फैमिली है, डिसीज के पिताजी मेरे साथ मौजूद है अभी। शुक्रिया हमें ज्वाइन करने के लिए। आप हमें ये बताएं कि मतलब सीबीआई अब तक 7 दिन हो गए हैं, सीबीआई इन्वेस्टिगेशन अभी भी जारी है, और जो फॉर्मर प्रिंसिपल हैं अस्पताल के, उन्हें बार बार क्वेश्चनिंग में भी लाया जा रहा है। ये सब से आपका क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है अभी सिचुएशन का? हम लोग तो दिखता है कि वो तो सीबीआई कोशिश कर रहा है, कलकत्ता पुलिस जैसा कोशिश नहीं किया था, ये तो कोशिश कर रहा है। ये तो कोशिश पूरा ना जानने से बगैर कैसे किसको ये जो दुष्कर्म जिसने किया है कैसे निकलेगा, ये हाल निकालने का कोशिश कर रहा है। ये कोई बारे में हमका कोई बात नहीं है। इन्वेस्टिगेशन को लेकर और जिस हिसाब से सब कुछ हुआ, जो सब बाहर आ रहा है, आपको कोई भी फाउल प्ले लग रहा है? इसके बारे में क्या बोले, इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते। आपकी बेटी, आपने कहा कि एक डायरी मेंटेन करती थी, तो उस डायरी का एक छेड़ा हुआ पेज का छवि मेरे पास है। तो वो छवि में ऐसा क्या है, और वो डायरी जनरली क्या मेंटेन करती है? साथ सीबीआई के साथ बात हुआ, उसको बताने के लिए माना किया है। जी। तो वो डायरी अभी भी है आपके पास? नहीं, हमका पास नहीं है। वो तो कॉलेज में ही था, उसका बैग में ही रहते थे। हम लोग उसका कभी देखने का कोशिश कर रहे थे, उसका हमने ले लेते थे, छीन के ले लेते थे। आपकी बेटी जो है, अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, हम उसका पर्सनल डायरी किस लिए देखें? लेकिन जो हम लोगों से बात 1 घंटा आध घंटा जो बात होता था रात में, वो उसका जो दिक्कत होता है बोलता था। दिक्कत जैसे कि जो पेशेंट के लिए, जो बापी ऐसा पेशेंट था, आज हम एकदम नींद नहीं गया, पूरा खाना नहीं मिला, सारा दिन में खाने का टाइम नहीं मिला, ये सब बोलते थे। और अस्पताल में वैसे उनकी पढ़ाई को लेकर के भी कोई प्रॉब्लम्स, या फिर उनकी थीसिस वगैरह जो लिख रही थी, या गोल्ड मेडल की जो प्रेपरेशन कर रही थी, इन जनरल अस्पताल में सेफ्टी एनवायरनमेंट कैसा था, इसके बारे में उन्होंने कभी कुछ बोला? देखिए, आपको जब आपका पिता माता जो काम में भेजा, आप पिता माता तो आपका भी है, काम में जाता है, जब रास्ते में रहता है उसका दिक्कत रहता है, जब काम में ऑफिस में घुस जाता है तब आपको उसको दिक्कत बहुत कम हो जाता है। हम की एक पिता होने के नाते ये तो जानता है, आपका पिता भी जानता है। और जो बात होता था फ़ोन में माँ के साथ ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बात, हम तो काम में रहते हैं सारे दिन में, हमारा साथ बात बहुत कम होता है। पर वही कि काम के जगह में ऐसा हो गया, ये तो मेरा यही, जो जिसका पास हम लड़की को भेजा है उसने मेरा लड़की का सेफ्टी नहीं दे पाया। सबसे ये दुख में हम लोग का दुख का बात है। हम जब लड़की को स्कूल में भेज देता है, स्कूल का गेट के अंदर जब चला जाता है बस हम आ जाते हैं, हम बाइक के बस बिठा के लेके ले जाते, गेट के अंदर छोड़ के वो कहाँ जाते थे, कहाँ क्लास है हम नहीं जानते थे, जानने का ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ता ना, किसी को नहीं ज़रूरत पड़ता है, वैसे ही था।
और क्या बोले।
काम का जगह भी वैसे ही मानते हो?
हम तो ऐसे ही इतना 5 साल कॉलोनी में पढ़ा है, उधर हॉस्टल में रहते थे, इतना हम क्या बोले फिर। अभी इतना उम्र हो गया, अभी तो उसको वो भी नहीं, आपने सिंसियर, आपने जो रास्ते में चलना सीख गया। रास्ते में थोड़ा दिक्कत था इसलिए तो गाड़ी भी खरीद लिया था।
ये सारी सुविधाएं,
हम थोड़ा हेल्प किया उसके।
ये सारी सुविधाएं आपने अपनी बेटी को दी, उसके बाद भी ये जो हुआ, ये जो घटना घटी है, उसके बाद ये भी बात हो रहा है कि जिन्हें अभी आरोपी माना गया है सिर्फ वे नहीं है। इस पे आपके क्या अंडरस्टैंडिंग है?
हम लोग पहले से ही, और जो आदमी फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन डॉक्टर, जितना डॉक्टर होता है एमबीबीएस के टाइम में फॉरेंसिक मेडिसिन पढ़ना पड़ता है, वो सब बोला है। एक आदमी के जो गलत काम हुआ है, एक आदमी नहीं, संभव नहीं है।
जब आपने अपनी बेटी को देखा या आप मिले, आप कब मिले, कितने समय बाद देखा आपने?
हमको फ़ोन आया 11 बजे, उधर पहुंचा 12 बजे, हमको 3-3:30 बजे, उसको 3:30 बजे उसको देखने का मिला है। उस टाइम में हमका दिल में क्या चल रहा है तो हम ही जानता है ना, लेकिन वो लोग बोलते हैं तदंत चल रहा है, तदंत चल रहा है, इसलिए।
किस अवस्था में आपको मिली? किस अवस्था में आप?
वो तो कपड़ा शरीर में नहीं है, एक चादर से मुड़ा हुआ था, और हाँ दोनों पैर दो तरफ था, हाथ भी एक हाथ में इधर ऐसे